Good morning, everyone. It's December 11th, a great day, and we're going to start our planning board meeting. The first item this morning is adoption of resolutions. We have two. The first one is Tournament Players Club at Avenel Site Plan Amendment, and the second is Tournament Players Club Avenel Forest Conservation Plan. Do I have a motion to approve these two resolutions?
I move to approve these two resolutions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 4-0. The next is record plats. We have one this morning, subdivision plat number 2, 2026-0200, Arlon. Do I have a motion to approve this record plat?
I move to approve the plat.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it, 4-0. The next item is regulatory extension request. We have one this morning, Cabin John Park preliminary plan, regulatory extension request number 3, where staff is recommending approval of this extension. Do I have a motion for approval of this extension?
I move to approve the extension for this request.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0. We're going to take a 1-minute break and go to legislative update. We'll be right back. Good morning. We're back. We're on item number 10, legislative update. The Prince George's County Alcoholic Beverages Wine Festival licenses item. This morning we have Jordan Balcom Colbert presenting this item. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Balcom Colbert.
Good morning. Deborah Borden is also here as well.
Good morning.
Hello. Hi. Do you want me to share?
Good
Stop
morning.
sharing my screen, or do you want me to talk, Deborah? Or you want to?
You can handle it, Jordan. Go right ahead.
Okay. This bill is titled, as you said, the Wine Festival's Licensing Bill. As written, it repeals the restriction on the number of wine festivals licenses that the Board of License Commissioners can give to the county annually. Currently, the Prince George's County is only allowed one festival per year. And so this law would allow and expand for the opportunity for not just MNCPPC, but other agencies or vendors that would like to host wine festivals in the county to more than just one. And so we did the same posture in Prince George's County Planning Board last week, where they voted to approve this bill. This bill was brought on behalf of their Parks Department, and Delegate Kim Taylor so kindly introduced this bill on our behalf. So we want to get a full vote for this to support as written.
Great, thank you. Do I have any questions or comments from the board members?
I have a comment. I think that this is smart. I think it's long overdue. It's unbelievable that they only allowed one. The spirit of entrepreneurship is alive and well in Maryland, but more especially in Prince George's County. And to deprive the entrepreneurs and owners of this kind of opportunity is unbelievable. I'm not much of a wine drinker or connoisseur, but I know other people are. And this gives the community a unique opportunity to expand on opportunities for commerce, and I'm in full support of this.
I totally
Thank you.
agree. I just couldn't understand why we just had one. Sometimes some legislation, they really don't make sense. I support it fully.
Yeah, I'm in support of this also. For the reasons, many of the reasons that Commissioner Bartley said. So, any other questions, comments from the board members? Hearing, seeing none, do I have a motion to support the Prince George's County Alcoholic Beverages Wine Festival licenses request?
I move to support this legislation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye, 5-0. Thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Have
You
a
all-
great day.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. We're going to take a 1-minute break and go with our next item, item number 6, Park Potomac Preliminary Plan Amendment, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, Park Potomac Preliminary Plan Amendment, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this morning, we have Adam Bossy of the Planning Department presenting this item. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. I'm happy to be here this morning. For the record, Adam Bossy presenting the Park Potomac Preliminary Plan Amendment. So the Park Potomac property is located on the north side of Montrose Road, generally between I-270 to the east and Seven Locks Road to the west. This area is in the Potomac Subregion Master Plan area. This is a 54.84 acre property that's zoned CRT, and it does have a series of regulatory approvals, existing regulatory approvals, that called for about 2.3 million square feet of total development consisting of the mix of uses you generally see here on the image. Of that 2.3 million total square feet of development that was approved, 1.693 million has been constructed in the form of townhouses, multifamily with some ground floor retail, as well as a series of commercial buildings, again shown here on the image. Outstanding, there's about 632,873 square feet remaining unbuilt density here. That density is spec'd for 3 buildings that are shown here in green on the image. Future Building F, the uppermost green image, which is a future mixed-use building. Future Building C, which is the middle green block there, that's a future commercial building. And then we have labeled Unbuilt Building AB in the lower right corner. That is a 307-unit multifamily building that has site plan approval but is yet to commence construction. So this preliminary plan amendment is limited to a request for the APF validity extension only. There's no change in the previously approved scope of development. As you saw in that image, quite a bit of the development has already been constructed. The APF extension would allow for the unbuilt density to be developed under the terms of the existing APF determination. And this is a 12-year extension request from August 25th, 2025 to August 25th, 2037. So this proposal for the APF extension is made under section 54.37, J7E of the subdivision regulations. And this one is particular to applications that have made significant infrastructure investment. So this particular section of the code does allow the planning board to consider extending the initial APF validity period once for up to 12 more years. And that's provided that the applicant has fulfilled the infrastructure requirements of the master plan, as well as any conditional requirements of the preliminary plan relevant to infrastructure as well. This requirement calls for a minimum financial investment in infrastructure to be made of at least $3 million in 2017 dollars. Adjusted for CPI, so that comes out to about $3.9 million in 2025.
Can you explain what that means? So if this extension is granted, then the requirement is that they have to build, over 3.9 million, depending on what year the construction started or completed. And what is it going to be spent on?
So I can answer that question with the next slide. They've already provided this infrastructure. So this project was approved.
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
Elzais McCoy, Chief West County Planning, for the record. Just to clarify, that $3 million is a threshold. So it's not, that's in the code, that's not, so they would have, in order to qualify for this type of extension, they would have had to have spent at least that much. So as Adam is about to show, they've more than met that requirement. So that number is just a threshold. It's for any project seeking this type of extension.
So this is for past, that they have spent that much and up to 2025, and then,
Well, so it's the zoning ordinance has the dollar figure in it, but it's in 2017 dollars, so it has to be adjusted for inflation so that we can make sure that they've spent the equivalent of that. So the equivalent, so that's the $3 million in 2017 dollars is equivalent to 3.9 million in 2025. So the threshold for them to qualify for this exemption is to have spent at least $3.9 million. And Adam's about to show that they have.
okay, and then what? That's what I'm trying to understand, that, so this threshold allows to extend it for 12 years, correct? How,
That's correct, yes.
okay, so the part that I'm struggling with is that what's going to happen after 12 years if, do they have to do another APF study? Because a lot of things would change in 12 years, and traffic would change, things would change, master plans would change. 12 years is a long time. And I just cannot grasp in my head that how do we know that after 12 years, this is still an adequate public facility to build it? That's the question that I'm struggling with. And I do not know, not just for this project. I'm not picking on your project. I love your project, okay? I'm not picking on the project, but I'm just trying to understand the concept of these APF extensions because we do these. I have seen it that we do 3 years extension. I have seen it we do 5 years, but 12 years is a long time. How do we know if it is adequate?
So that's a good question. So I think the extension is for them to build the infrastructure required with the current approval. So their current APF says you have to do A, B, C, D, E, and they do that sort of as they build out their development. If in 12 years, and I guess I'll look to legal to back me up if I'm misspeaking here. I think in 12 years, if for some reason they haven't built out those other 3 buildings, they would need to come back and extend the APF. There are a variety of ways that folks can extend their APF. The infrastructure investment is one of them that they've chosen for this. In 12 years, they may come back if they needed to, but this would only extend it through that time. And then, I think the board at that time could decide, for Geico, the board, over the years, the board extended the APF, even though that plan was 10, 15, 20 years old. So that would be a decision that the board could make in 2037 were the board to approve it today.
Is there any threshold that how far we could extend this APF without really looking in the reality of the matter that if this APF is still valid? We keep extending it without checking are we checking like transportation, schools, or parking, or whatever? Are we checking those? Because we know that schools can change in 12 years, and transportation and intersections can change in 15 years, or 12 years.
So as Adam's going to show in a couple of slides, the code requires that if a project seeks this type of approval, they have to do a new schools test that they would do sort of at the next stage. In terms of the traffic study requirements, I don't know if I don't think the ordinance requires another traffic study because the APF remains valid.
Regardless of time, because traffic situation changes.
Well,
A lot of things would change.
Well, maybe those are all good questions, and maybe after this, you could they could get back to us if that's okay with you. Okay.
No, as long as I try to
No,
understand that.
those are
yeah.
all good questions. They're all-
Because we keep doing this, and I always have these questions. 12 years, 20 years, 15 years to me is a lot. But how do we make sure that we have adequate public facilities if we don't do the studies again?
Well, they do a schools test, and so that is done. But we'll
Yeah, traffic is as important.
Yeah, traffic is as important. But one of the reason why there is some, I wouldn't necessarily call it leniency, but these developments require a lot of upfront investment, in studies, and we also saw that they have put, the Park Potomac area is built out pretty, they made huge investments there. And it takes time from the time, even if they decided to go today, let's develop something it probably takes 3 years to get, approvals and financing, and it takes another couple of years for the construction. Even if you decide to go, it will take probably 5 years before it opens. So that's why we create this where, this either 6, because I think it's phased here, there's some 6 years for something piece to be done by 2031, and then the next 6 years for all the rest of it. So it's not, the goal is not for all of this to wait for 12 years. And I think it has pretty much two phases here. So I just wanted to leave you with that. Yeah.
Well, and also I would add that, so MCDOT did review this as part of the, DRC standard process, and they did not request a new study. Their approval letter, I think, is looking for some of the infrastructure to meet current standards in terms of the design and construction of it, but there was no request from DOT for an additional study.
So there is a review, and they can chime in that, okay, this is not going to work this time, or something like
Yeah, I
that,
mean,
or this is another
right,
requirement.
for the Geico, which is, a much older approval than this, I think DOT had significant questions about whether or not the
Yeah.
APF was still valid. I think
Okay.
in this case, they did not raise those concerns, and so I think we've accepted that.
Okay,
and-
that's good. That could satisfy me. Okay, thank you.
Cool. Thank you for those questions and the follow-up discussion, everybody. Yeah, so with this particular case, the applicant is required to fulfill the infrastructure requirements of the master plan and preliminary plan and make that investment in infrastructure of that minimum of $3.9 million in 2025 dollars. And over the course of their years working on this property, they have done that. So this table here shows really a summary of the master plan's infrastructure requirements associated with this property that were then carried forward in the preliminary plan's conditions of approval. So these are the infrastructure-related ones. The dollar figures invested to create those, all of these features have been constructed, they've been delivered, they are out there and existing today. So they've invested about 8.1 or over $8.1 million to bring this infrastructure online, really starting back in 2004. Getting to the question of school adequacy, the APF findings of the subdivision regulations provided this one criteria here that applies to this project. Where we have 307 multifamily units that are remaining unbuilt, we did take a look at those units, and those units do generate more than 10 students at both the elementary and high school levels. So per the finding here, per the language here in the subdivision regulations, the board must make a new adequate public facilities determination specific to school adequacy. So that test was run using the current criteria. Again, we have those 307 multifamily units that have been approved by site plan but remain unbuilt today. Those were approved back in 2023 with the site plan and the last preliminary plan amendment, the B amendment. At that time, the result of the school test required a UPP payment, tier two UPP payment for high school. The current test that was just run under the FY26 school test resulted in no UPP required. And this is going to supersede the prior result because the board must make the new determination. The difference between now and then was generally high school enrollment at Richard Montgomery High School, Richard Montgomery High School has gone down by about 700 students during that time.
Oh, really? I was going to ask. I'm
Yeah,
happy
yeah,
you respond. I guess you read my mind. Yeah. Really? That's how much the high school has dropped? Do we know why?
Haisu is here. Haisu, do you care to, or could you provide any insight on that? I know looking at the numbers from the 2023 test, the high school enrollment was a little over 2,700. That number is now closer to 2,100.
This is a big change, a big drop in 3 years. What is it?
Hey, Subek, for the record, one part of it is not only the enrollment drop in the FY23 test, the Crown High School opening and corresponding boundary change was not captured in the test because the test timeframe wasn't far out enough. So part of the enrollment drop is coming from that, where we're assuming a boundary change. So Richard Montgomery would still have a higher number of students compared to the other schools included in the boundary scope. We do not have final projections from MCPS that reflect a final approved boundary option. A boundary option has not been approved yet. So for the annual school test, we do make an assumption that each school will hypothetically be balanced in terms of utilization rates following this boundary change. Of course, that's not how it works. Not every school will end up with the same utilization rate, but just for the purpose of running the test, that's the assumption we make. So that will bring the enrollment down for Richard Montgomery. The other thing that is going on is just countywide, nationwide, globally, birth rates are going down, which is being reflected in the enrollment that we're seeing. The high schools are on the slower part of the enrollment declining, but it is now appearing at the high school level. The FY26 test isn't truly capturing the sharp enrollment decline MCPS is seeing this year. It will be captured in the FY27 test. So the big part for the FY26 test showing that Richard Montgomery enrollment is going down is going to be the Crown High School boundary.
Do you think that people going to the private school, do you capture that change?
That would only be captured through the enrollment projections. It's not going to be a number that we can extract and say this is how many kids are going to private schools. That is why the enrollment is dropping. It is just a natural consequence that will show up in the current enrollment.
Yeah.
And that MCPS, based on the current enrollment, would be able to make projections based on that.
Thank you.
I think, and you don't track that information. We don't track how many private schools they're increasing, but we do know some are coming in for increasing their conditional use approvals to add more students. So you can sort of, if you look sort of globally at what may be happening, it could be that those schools are growing, which would make sense, so.
Cool, thank you. So related to all this, because we're seeing, the school test resulting in no UPP, staff, with our recommendations, is recommending deletion of condition 38 that previously required the UPP for these same unbuilt units. Regarding noticing and correspondence, we did not receive any correspondence from the community regarding this application, and the applicant did meet all of their noticing requirements. With that, the application does satisfy the applicable requirements of the subdivision regulations and does substantially conform with the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. And staff is happy to recommend approval of the preliminary plan amendment with the modified conditions that we recommended in the staff report. With that, I'm happy to take any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bossi. So this is a preliminary plan. So when that project, is there a site plan for buildings A and B yet? There is one. Okay, so they won't have to test again. Okay. All right, thank you. So would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Good morning, Chair Harris and Commissioners. My name is Philip Hummel of Shulman Rogers, Land Use Counsel for applicant Folger Pratt. To my left is Kofi Moreau, Director of Development at Folger Pratt as well. I did have some introductory remarks, but I thought Mr. Bossi ably covered everything. We have reviewed the staff report. We have reviewed the recommended conditions of approval. We agree and support that. We want to thank Mr. Bossi for his hard work, responsiveness, and attention to this matter. We're happy to answer any questions, but we thought Mr. Bossi ably covered what we were going to say. So happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions from the board? Yeah. Just out of curiosity, when development starts again, it seems like it will be building A and B. Is that true? Where are you in that process? Could you talk a little bit about that?
Good morning, Kofi Moreau with Folger Pratt. Yeah, I would ideally, I can't remember the date, a couple years ago, 21, we actually just got the certified site plan this year, right, for it. So during COVID, it was, and I'll probably be a bit more candid than Phil wants me to be, but during COVID, it was something that we were really excited about, thinking we could get it entitled and have it start last year. But as you know, speaks a little bit to the 12-year extension. The last 5 years have kind of been a wash for us. It was COVID. We thought things were going to be okay, and the last year or so has been not exactly what we thought it would be. The financial markets have been very tough. Construction costs have been very tough, and so that building, for all intents and purposes, is designed up to the point where it it could to get a site plan approval, but we've not been able to carry it forward because we've not been able to find the financing necessary to invest in that project, but we're still very keen on it. It's something that's high on my radar for 2026 to, go out and actively try to find some money because we're starting to see things shift a little bit, but it's going to take some time. But that is probably, as I say, next up compared to parcels as C, as we're calling them, and then F, which is kind of that center commercial parcel.
All right, thank you so much. Seeing no other questions or comments, I'm in support of this preliminary plan, APF, and extensions. So seeing no other comments or questions, do I have a motion to approve the Park Potomac preliminary plan amendment where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
I move to approve the preliminary plan amendments with modified conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, the ayes have it 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Looking forward to better economic conditions so you can get that building going. Thank you.
I can't wait.
We are too.
Bye now. So we'll take a 1-minute break, and then we'll go to item number 4, Cheltenham Drive Bikeway mandatory referral, with staff is recommending approving the mandatory referral and transmitting comments to MCDOT. Thank you. Good morning again. We're on item number 4, Cheltenham Drive Bikeway Mandatory Referral, where staff is recommending that the board approve the mandatory referral and transmit comments to MCDOT. This morning, we have Eli Glazier presenting this item. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Harris and members of the board. My name is Eli Glazier with the Transportation Planning Division. I'm joined today by my colleague Karen Guz-Dewar, who has worked with me on this mandatory referral. We're here to present the Cheltenham Drive Bikeway mandatory referral. The outline that we'll go through today, talk about a basic overview of the project, a timeline of how we got here and what we're being asked to do today. We'll describe the corridor, detail the community engagement that's happened to date, review the project from a mandatory referral perspective, looking at master plan conformance and best practices. Before getting into recommendations, there are several people signed up to testify on this item, and then we're happy to have a conversation, answer any questions that you may have. Just as a refresher, the state mandatory referral law requires all federal, state, and local governments and public utilities to submit their proposed projects for mandatory referral review by the commission. The law requires the planning board to review and approve the proposed location, character, grade, and extent of any road, park, public way, or ground, public, including federal building or structure or public utility, whether publicly or privately owned, prior to the project being located, constructed, or authorized. Staff encourages the planning board to share comments and feedback on any aspect of this project. The focus of the mandatory referral process is on providing comments about the design, as the decision to master plan and fund the project has already been made by the county council. Today, the Montgomery County Department of Transportation proposes to construct master plan separated bike lanes along Cheltenham Drive and Norfolk Avenue from Woodmont Avenue to Tilbury Street in Bethesda. This project is funded by the county council as part of a package of bikeways around Bethesda, and MCDOT intends to begin construction in fall 2026. Staff recommends approval of the mandatory referral and transmittal of the comments to MCDOT. This project is one-way separated bike lanes on both sides of Norfolk Avenue and Cheltenham Drive, and my colleague Karen is going to describe them further.
Hi, my name is Karen Guz-Dewar for the record. The Montgomery County Department of Transportation proposes to construct one-way separated bike lanes on both sides of Norfolk Avenue and Cheltenham Drive between Woodmont Avenue and Tilbury Street. And you can see the project extent circled in red with Norfolk Avenue on the west side and Cheltenham Drive on the east side. The orange line here is the Bethesda Loop. The project forms a critical component of the Bethesda Loop, which I will talk about more in a later slide. So here's a closer zoomed in look of the project area along with some points of interest. On the west end, the project connects to the existing Woodmont Avenue two-way separated bike lanes. On the east end, the project transitions into the roundabout at Tilbury Street and allows cyclists to rejoin general travel lanes on local streets to continue their journeys. The Marriott headquarters is located on the south side of Norfolk Avenue, and the Chevy Chase Acura is located at the intersection of Wisconsin Avenue and Cheltenham Drive. And then there's also a residential project currently under construction on the north side of Cheltenham Drive.
As my colleague said, this project provides a crucial component of completing what's called the Bethesda Loop. This graphic shows some of the pieces that have been completed or will be completed soon. This is a subset of the region's master plan bikeways that will provide low-stress connectivity around Wisconsin Avenue in downtown Bethesda. The loop was a county council funding strategy to create a core low-stress bike network in downtown Bethesda with other bikeways connecting off of it into the surrounding community. This project is funded by the Bethesda Bikeway CIP and is called out specifically in the CIP to be constructed. You can see in the graphic here, several of these bikeways are already completed, including two-way separated bike lanes along Woodmont Avenue between Norfolk Avenue and Old Georgetown Road, and the two-way separated bike lanes along Montgomery Lane between Woodmont Avenue and Waverly Street. Construction will likely begin on the southern portion of the Woodmont Avenue two-way separated bike lanes between Old Georgetown Road and Montgomery Lane in early 2026. And there's additional planning and design work happening to extend the Montgomery Avenue, Montgomery Lane separated bike lanes, closer to Pearl Street. So you can see that the southern portion of the Bethesda Loop is well on its way. This project will construct the northern portion. The west side will be constructed sometime next year, will be complete. And then we're sort of, this is a vital component in completing the whole loop. Stepping back a little bit, I think it's important to understand how we got here, how we got to the master plan recommendation, and how we got here today. This two-block stretch was originally master planned for striped conventional bike lanes as part of the 2017 Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan. In 2018, the bicycle master plan, which had been ongoing since 2015, master plan separated bike lanes along the project corridor. This superseded the Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan's bikeway recommendation, as all master plans do that come after master plans that were before. In 2022, the Cheltenham Drive feasibility study identified the specific separated bike lane type that this corridor would have. The bicycle master plan had just said separated bike lanes. So MCDOT did additional analysis and public engagement, which involved a community survey and conversations with adjacent property owners to figure out, would the best bikeway here be 2 one-way facilities in the direction of traffic, a two-way facility on the south side, a two-way facility on the north side, et cetera. And the intent of that study was really to clarify how to best implement the bicycle master plan recommendation. And at the end of the day, that study recommended what MCDOT has shared with us today, which is 2 one-way separated bike lanes in the direction of travel for this 2-block stretch. Conceptual design, so like really high-level design, began in April 2024 on this project. A 15% concept was completed in November of last year. In March 2025, a public meeting was held. And today, we have a 30% design concept and our mandatory referral. I think it's important to understand that at 30%, at 35%, there can still be changes made to the design. This is not like a fully baked design. So MCDOT will continue to take into account opportunities to improve the design and change the design, but I think in staying within the spirit of implementing the master plan recommendation. And then I spoke about this a bit earlier, but the Bethesda Bikeway and Pedestrian Facilities CIP, this is a snapshot from the CIP page, but it specifically calls out the Norfolk Cheltenham Bikeway here for construction. And then this is a map that shows the other projects that are ongoing in this corridor. The 2 one-way separated bike lanes are here in this project. Woodmont Phase 2 is going to be constructed next year. I talked about this extension of the Montgomery Ave cycle track to Pearl Street. In the Woodmont Triangle, there is a bicycle master plan recommendation that echoes the Bethesda downtown plan recommendation for a shared street. That project has been in facility planning at MCDOT. It's at high level trying to figure out what should be done. And then the planning board several years ago conditioned the completion of the Battery Lane separated bike lanes from Old Georgetown Road to Woodmont Avenue, and that is up here as well. So I guess I would characterize this project as fulfilling, I think, a really vital need, as you can see in the bicycle master plan, in the bicycle network to cross Wisconsin in a low-stress way. I think in sort of the more southern part of Bethesda, there are a lot of crossings master planned and some that exist. But the further north you go, those crossings are fewer and further between, largely due to the street network doesn't necessarily connect super well across Wisconsin Avenue. So if this connection were not low stress or this project weren't advancing, the next low stress connection opportunity would be at sort of Rosedale Battery Lane, which is like almost outside of the Bethesda CBD. So just to reiterate the task for today, We're here to review MCDOT's design with an eye towards master plan consistency, design best practices, and achieving Vision Zero, and help advise on potential improvements that can help implement the master plan recommendations and achieve best practices. And now we're going to talk about the existing conditions in the project area.
So the existing conditions in the project area, starting on Norfolk Avenue, the curb-to-curb width is 48 feet wide with 2 travel lanes and 2 on-street parking lanes. And each travel/parking lane is 24 feet wide. We have sidewalks and tree buffers on each side. On Cheltenham Drive between Wisconsin Avenue and the alley, still facing east, there's 1 drive lane going westbound and 1 turn lane to go south on Wisconsin Avenue. Then there's a 24-foot wide travel/parking lane going east, and there are also some parking spaces on the westbound side before the turn lane begins. And then finally, on Cheltenham Drive between the alley and Tilbury Street, the curb-to-curb width is 27 to 37 feet wide. It's 2-way travel, and there is parking at certain times of the day.
And now the proposed conditions. Similarly, Norfolk Avenue facing east, you can see we've created this cool line graphic at the bottom to orient yourself in the corridor. There's a 6-foot separated bike lane in each direction on the north side, so the left side. There's a 2.5-foot concrete buffer, 2 11-foot travel lanes. On-street parking is retained on the south side, and then a 3.5-foot concrete buffer. This project stays within the curbs to the extent possible. There is some curb work at intersections to adjust some of the, there's some bulb outs that are changed a little bit, but the sort of at the center point of the streets, the cross-section stays within the curbs. Cheltenham between Wisconsin Avenue and the public alley, similarly 6-foot separated bike lanes, 2-foot concrete buffers working our way in, 11-foot travel lanes, and then there is a center left turn lane that turns left onto southbound Wisconsin. Moving east further, we have the public alley here. In the westbound direction, so moving this way, if you follow the laser, the design requires bicyclists to ride in the street. There's no separation coming out of the roundabout. And then in the eastbound direction, you can see the concrete buffer ends as the bikeway crosses a driveway, an alley, and the public parking garage entrance. Also, you can see that the existing curb line for much of the street is back here where my cursor is, but then it shifts where the parking garage is. So there's this jog in the bikeway that is necessary, so significant. There was not an opportunity to maintain that as a straight facility. And then once bicyclists in the eastbound direction get past the parking access for the public garage, the bike lane moves back behind the concrete curb as it travels around the southwest side of the roundabout, and then bicyclists can continue south in a contraflow bike lane along Tilbury Street to get to Sleaford Road, which is just a shared 2-way, there's no bike facilities there to get to Pearl Street, or they can exit the separated bike lane, merge into the general travel lane on the roundabout, and then continue north onto Tilbury Street. Traffic coming from, you might be wondering why can't you just continue east on Cheltenham Drive, and the answer is because that's one way to the west into the circle. So there's no access for bikes on Cheltenham continuing towards Pearl Street, which is one of the things that the 2022 feasibility study looked at, was looking at the opportunity for bike traffic on Cheltenham, and there was decisions made that it would require parking removal on a block that did not necessarily have off-street parking, so it would have been a hardship.
So what is the average daily traffic? What is the traffic there? Is it a lot of traffic there? And I'm wondering that, do we have an estimated number of bikers that they would be using that? I think that would be very helpful.
Sure.
While I'm at questioning, I ask that also that, you're not removing lanes, you're removing one side of parking. What is the hardship for the community not to have that parking, and where do they gonna park? If, I don't know what is around that. Is it businesses that people park, or what is the purpose and what happens? What is the impact?
Sure. Thinking about that question first, I think you have received and will receive testimony about some of the potential hardships that would result from this project. There is a public parking garage on this block, an MCDOT garage, so that is helpful for longer-term parking and potentially shorter-term parking. The existing businesses on the Cheltenham Drive block, the block that we're talking about here, are the Chevy Chase Acura dealership on the south side, and then there's a CVS on the north side that has its own off-street lot. So you will hear testimony about the Chevy Chase Acura as part of this mandatory referral. On the block to the west, Norfolk Avenue, parking is maintained on the south side, and accessible parking spaces added in line with the county's adherence to the ADA. I think we expect the south side parking on the Norfolk Avenue block to be very heavily used. The north side parking has been removed as part of this project to construct the bikeway.
At Norfolk, do they have parking garage close that they can park?
There's a this parking garage is a block away, the one on Cheltenham. This is not a long project, it's a 2-block project. And then there are other on-street parking opportunities on Woodmont Avenue and then continuing on Norfolk Avenue as well to the west that aren't being affected by this project. I don't have a specific answer for you about ADT because this isn't a road that's sort of necessarily high enough. Like SHA does not collect traffic counts on this road, but the project manager from MCDOT is here and he can provide some more answers.
Yeah, and if you could tell us how many parkings would be removed?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How many parking would be removed as part of this project, the impact on parking?
So as far as removal of the parking, we are removing about 5 parking spaces as a whole for the project. So it's not a lot.
Moving 500 what?
No, just 5, not
Oh,
500.
5.
Good morning. For record, Rebecca Park with Transportation Engineering Unit of MCDOT. So this project does involve removing some parking spaces. We are removing 5 parking spaces on Norfolk and 5 parking spaces on Cheltenham, 3 parking spaces on next to Acura dealership, and 2 parking spaces across the road.
Okay, that sort of puts it into perspective. Thank
And
you.
then I think, this is Eli Glacier again for the record, just speaking to, I think, the question about the bicycle demand here. I think it's always really difficult to model or estimate future usage for these types of facilities, especially because talking about the Bethesda Loop, right? Like this whole low stress network isn't built out yet. And I think frankly for this project, given some of the like traffic circulation restrictions in East Bethesda where like you can't, so like if here in this graphic here, like this street Tilbury, which is shown in the laser pointer, like today, this is only one-way northbound for everyone. So what this project will do is allow southbound bicycle traffic on there. And this street, Cheltenham, is one-way westbound. So there's no, I think we have heard from folks that like they don't see a lot of people biking here today. And I think there's 2 reasons for that. One, you can't, like there's nowhere you can physically go if you're going from west to east here because unless you're going to bike on the sidewalk or against traffic, which is illegal, there's no facility for you. So why would you bike this way? And then 2, the way that the spirit of the bicycle master plan, I think the spirit of all of our master planning, all of our planning documents is we create a vision for what the future should be, and then we work to make that happen. The project that MCDOT has here today for mandatory referral is not necessarily a project to just satisfy the existing bicycle demand that exists. It's a project to prepare Bethesda for its future, where there
I
is.
meant proposed. I
Yeah.
don't mean existing.
Yeah,
Proposed.
no, I'm
traffic.
just saying it's very difficult to do that, but thinking about this block in particular, we'll get into this in a couple slides, but there is a development project currently under construction on the north side that replaced an auto body shop or a detailing shop with, it's gonna be over 100 units. There is the zoning just in this immediate 2-block area to add potentially hundreds of additional housing units. So I guess what I'm saying is that the conditions and the context that are there today is not necessarily what this is being constructed for. I think when we do our jobs well, we are doing them in preparation for what's to come, so people in the future aren't asking why we didn't do things that we should have done. Can continue a little bit, is that okay? This is what I talked about. Karen's gonna talk about this a little bit.
Hi, Karen Gausdewer for the record. So in the development pipeline, we have 4725 Cheltenham Drive, which replaces an automotive detailing business with a residential development. It will build up to 102 multifamily units and include a minimum of 15% MPDUs, or up to 17 units. And the project will also be constructing a portion of the proposed Cheltenham Drive bikeway along westbound Cheltenham Drive as a condition of approval as described in the staff report. And then the zoning transitions from commercial residential and commercial residential town, which you can see in red and orange, to residential medium density as you go east on Cheltenham Drive, that's R60.
Community outreach for this project, MCDOT conducted a virtual public workshop in late September 2021 as part of the Cheltenham Drive feasibility study, which is included as attachment B. Attendee feedback included a survey having folks rate their preferred alternatives between the two-way, the one-way, and the alignment of the various things. MCDOT staff led a public meeting in March 2025 where they explained the proposed design and solicited input. After accepting the mandatory referral for review, planning staff notified local civic and homeowners associations and other parties about this proposal and have been corresponding with interested parties. You have received that correspondence. And then in November, so last month, MCDOT held a meeting with local stakeholders at their request on site to discuss the proposed design and collect feedback. Feedback at that meeting is largely consistent with the testimony that you've received. It included concerns about impacts to local businesses, the perceived limited utility of the proposed bikeway, and specific design considerations. We go into analysis now for mandatory referral purposes. The proposed project is consistent with the 2025 Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. There are 2 current and 2 master plan travel lanes along Norfolk Avenue and Cheltenham Drive. This project maintains those lanes. Both of these streets are classified as downtown streets with target speeds of 25 miles per hour. In addition, the project is consistent with the 2018 Bicycle Master Plan. Norfolk Avenue and Cheltenham Drive are both master plan for separated bike lanes, as we've discussed. This map shows the project in the context of Greater Bethesda. This project will allow folks to connect via Pearl Street to the Capitol Crescent Trail on the east side of Wisconsin, and on the west side to the Bethesda Trolley Trail and trails around NIH, and then also connect into the Capitol Crescent Trail on the west side of Bethesda. The Complete Streets Design Guide, this project I think really makes strides in providing the relevant Complete Streets Design Guide dimensions for the different roadway elements. I think it's always limited. It's always challenging to provide the default widths for different things if you're not moving the curbs. If you don't have like a very expensive project, you're not gonna be able to meet all of the standards. But this project I think the proposed design allocates space in a thoughtful way that works to exceed the minimum requirements. And I think it's a very effective project. Looking at pedestrian level of comfort, the level of comfort in the area today is either very comfortable or somewhat comfortable. You can see the orange around the parking garage and the traffic circle. These strong existing block scores are due to the low speed limit and the wide sidewalks that have substantial buffering. This project will improve pedestrian level of comfort along the parking garage to, we call it somewhat comfortable, this light blue, so it goes from orange to light blue, by widening that sidewalk to about 8 feet. And the crossing legs around the Tilbury Circle that are currently orange will become light blue, with the addition of the proposed high visibility crosswalk markings. Similarly, the project improves the bicycle level of traffic stress. Currently, this road is shown as there are low stress segments and high stress segments, largely based on the location of the existing on-street parking. I think it's important to think about the conflict that exists between people biking and parking when there is no separation can be really immense in a downtown area. If you're familiar with biking in a conventional bike lane or in a shared lane, if you're biking a little bit too close to parked cars, especially in an area with a lot of parking turnover, you're at risk for running into a door of a car that's opening. And I think that's one of the great things and really helpful things about separated bike lanes is that they remove that conflict by getting people biking out of that door zone, which is safer for people of all ages and abilities. So this project improves the bicycle level of traffic stress for the whole corridor to very low stress, which is the least stressful score in the bicycle level of traffic stress, except for the segment in front of Cheltenham Drive Urban Park in the westbound direction. I mentioned this earlier, but there is no there's no facility provided there. It's just a shared lane marking. So coming off of the roundabout, you stay in the shared lane and then you enter the separated bike lane after that stretch, so that half block. And because of that, because it just is a shared lane, the comfort does not meet the very low stress standard, which I think we'll get into their recommendations about that as well. On the environmental side, the project conforms to the board's approved environmental guidelines for environmental management or development in Montgomery County, and it has a forest conservation exemption and an approved stormwater concept. Are there any questions about that?
I still don't know what is the ADT there. I'm wondering, do you have an estimated cost for the construction of this bikeway?
So the total cost of the project as of right now is estimated at about 2.2 million. About 1.3 million of that is the construction cost.
So do you believe that this is the best way to give priority of the funds for bikeway? Is this a priority project? I don't know ADT, so I'm just wondering that if this is the top
Record.
priority.
Well, David Ansbacher, Division Chief, Transportation Planning. In the bicycle master plan, this bikeway is one of the highest recommended bikeways. Additionally, the county council sets the priorities. They have decided that this is an important component of the loop bikeway to be funded, and so therefore that is what MCDOT is doing. They're following the council's direction to evaluate options for separated bike lanes on this segment. But Matt Johnson may want to speak up.
For the record, Matt Johnson, Bikeways Coordinator. I was actually come up here to just say what Mr. Ansbacher said, that this is the county council sets the priorities. They tell us what to do. We figure out how to do it.
Okay, accepted. I'm just wondering, why is it so expensive? You are not doing any widening of the road. You're just doing it within the existing right-of-way. And it's not a very long stretch either, according to your own statement.
So for the design, it just doesn't involved with the concrete work, but we also have to do storm drain work. We have to put in new storm drain system at the intersection of Wisconsin and Cheltenham. There's an MOT that we have to also consider. As you know, the intersection of, it's a heavy traffic going through that intersection of Wisconsin and Cheltenham, and also coordination with SHA and others, so that adds up the cost.
Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners at this time?
No questions, but just to address, I think, just to further emphasize the point about kind of the importance of this. I appreciated what you mentioned before about sort of the limited ways right now to get over Wisconsin if you're going east-west or west to east. You know, there's Rosedale at the very north of the CBD, and then you have to sort of go south to, you know, really south of east-west and Montgomery. So although this is a short piece of the network, it really is a critical link with the broader proposed bike lanes in the area, the separated bike lanes, both on Woodmont going south and then north up to Battery Lane in the future. So as you know, I used to live in this neighborhood for a short time, and I was using this stretch to get over Wisconsin all the time, and it did feel very unsafe to bike over it. And it was really the only option to do so, to get into more of the core of downtown Bethesda. So I think there's a current need, there's a future need, as you mentioned, with the new development there right now. There's more potential density coming into that area in the future, and of course, existing residents further into East Bethesda are biking every day currently as well, and many of them bike into downtown and use this stretch. So I think there's more than enough justification for this project in the short term, and I'm just, you know, I'll have more questions as we get into recommendations, but I just wanted to note the value. I think this really is a high value piece of the network.
Thank you. But yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that I think this is a very good project. The way this is designed, I think, thoughtfully balances the constraints of the corridor that do exist. There are existing businesses that do have needs, and this project has, I think, done a very good job of providing, I think, a really high-quality bike facility here that still provides parking and is thoughtful about the locations of different treatments and things like that. I think the comments that you're about to see and you've read in the staff report really only serve to make an already good project even better. And I'd like to thank my MCDOT colleagues for their work on this project. So the first comment, I think, as I mentioned, in the sort of proposed cross sections, the travel lanes here are 11 feet wide, which can be narrowed to 10.5 feet per the Complete Streets Design Guide for the downtown street classification that they are. So this recovered space is about a foot on both streets, and that space could be used to widen the street buffers. So on Woodmont, you could, on Norfolk Avenue on the top side, you could widen the westbound street buffer. So this one from 2.5 feet to 3.5 feet, so they would be equal to provide more separation. And then on Cheltenham, you could add the 1/2 foot to both sides, so it would be 2.5 and 2.5. This is far less than the buffer width that we would like to see on these roads. The default width for separated bike lane buffers is, I think, 6 feet. But this is a constrained situation, and I think we'll take as much as we can get. I think we're heartened that the separated bike lanes themselves are 6 feet wide. That is not the case. That's not what you see in other jurisdictions that are trying to sort of shoehorn these facilities in. So I think that it's a really solid width, and just getting a little bit more buffer space would improve separation with motor vehicles.
So again, has anyone looked at it that narrowing the traffic lane is going to impact the traffic? And it's going to create a hardship? I don't know. I don't hear any information in regarding what is the impact. When we are looking at anything, it's all the modal of transportation.
Okay, so we did conduct a traffic study, traffic impact study for this project back in May of 2025, so it's very recent. As far as impact from the narrowing of the lane, we saw that there were minimal delay to the traffic compared to a no-build condition. So all in all, there is a slight decrease in the level of service along the corridor, but it's not significant.
When you're talking about from 12 to 11, what about from 12 to 10 and a half?
Well, so we're talking about from 11. I think there's, the width of a lane doesn't affect the capacity of the lane. It's whether the lane exists or not that affects the capacity. So going from 11 to 10 and a half, I think, which is not narrow by any means. I think that the Complete Streets Design Guide and the associated county code that govern sort of the lane widths here were created as, like, that was a conversation between the planning department and MCDOT, and 10 and a half was what people felt comfortable with as a balance between the demonstrated safety benefits of narrower lanes and some of the discomfort that drivers may feel in navigating their vehicles through narrower lanes. I think if you think about driving down Connecticut Avenue in Chevy Chase, like those lanes, those like very narrow lanes are much narrower than 10 and a half feet. So this is not like an unusually narrow lane situation. And it's not going to cause traffic challenges to narrow the lanes by 6 inches.
And I think I mean, Eli referenced this, but the larger intent to narrower lanes is to try to slow traffic down to what the speed limit actually is. And on this stretch, which is currently very wide, and it leads up to the traffic signal at Wisconsin, there's situations where drivers try to actively speed up. The speed limit, I think, currently is 25, right? So narrow lanes just provide a little bit more of a kind of sense of enclosure. And, you know, to Eli's point, it doesn't affect capacity. It's simply trying to slow traffic down to what is considered to be a safe speed for the road and to make it feel safer for everyone using the road.
Yeah, what about trucks, delivery trucks and other things? We don't know how it is and how that impacts that.
So there are delivery vehicles that travel along this roadway. As far as trucks goes, there is a truck restriction for Cheltenham Drive. Now, whether trucks follow that restriction, that's an enforcement issue. But as of now, there is a truck restriction along the roadway.
Okay, thanks.
Why don't you continue and then.
The next recommendation, straightforward, you've heard it from me before on other projects, ensuring that all the crosswalk markings are ladder style. Today, the continental crosswalk marking is what's proposed, but ladder style is preferred by people, especially people with low vision, because the parallel lines along the edges help guide people across the street. This is recommended in MCDOT's Accessible Design Guide that Mr. Johnson was the project manager for, and the pedestrian master plan.
Can I ask a question on this? I know we've heard this recommendation from staff before with other mandatory referrals, and now that since we have MCDOT here, I was wondering could you just discuss a little bit sort of the internal process of weighing these different options, and considering that it does sound like it's in the internal design guide for accessibility, is that, you know, what is the reason why we didn't kind of move in that direction in this case and in other instances?
Matt Johnson, for the record. We're still working on those internal conversations. All of the DOT staff that's here today is with the Division of Transportation Engineering, which is our capital projects division. The marking standards are maintained by our Traffic Engineering and Operations division. And so part of that is getting everyone on board with all this. It does add additional cost to the county because there's additional thermoplastic, you might call it paint, but it's actually not paint, it's thermoplastic involved. Additionally, one other hiccup is that The Maryland State Highway Administration only permits either what you see on this graphic as standard or continental, which is the second and third from the left on this graphic. Those are the only two that are permitted on state highways. We did request as part of the Maryland MUTCD update, which is currently underway, that the ladder style be added. I don't know whether that's going to be included in the Maryland manual, which will be released. It's required by federal law to be released no later than next month. It's currently in the process of being approved by Federal Highway Administration. So I don't know where the state highway is going to land on that, but we're moving in that direction of using ladder. I just don't think we've officially adopted it as a standard, so you're going to keep seeing these come in as continental for the time being. But we are looking at, we're essentially piloting them in a couple of streets, like for example, Fenton Street, which is going to construction hopefully next year. We'll have ladder style crosswalks. So we're kind of putting our toes in the water, as it were.
One question, I know there's a conflict between the design and the, implementation. Do you also agree that ladder style is best? I'm just the design folks, and if, I'm just saying that, if so, can we help? And is this a state legislative thing, like, that can we help? If something from the board could help in moving that forward, and so that you're not conflicted within your department, but is there something that on the outside that we can help reinforce that, at a higher level?
I'm not sure that legislation is necessarily the way to go, although certainly if the legislature were to pass a law, it would force the hand of state highway. They would have to comply with state law, but I'm not sure that that's the route that we want to go. I think it's just a matter of changing minds over time. This research is relatively recent, and the impacts of crosswalk designs on visually impaired pedestrians has not been a focus for the agencies that developed the crosswalk guidance in the past. This is kind of a new area where we're trying to do a better job of incorporating best practices globally for people who have disabilities. It would be great if there was a federal requirement to standardize crosswalk types, but there are lots of different states that use different standards. And one of the reasons that all of these crosswalks are permitted in the federal manual is because requiring us to go down to like one or two styles of crosswalk would cause a lot of cost impact to a lot of states all at once. And so the changes to the manual tend to be somewhat gradual to help mitigate the cost impacts. It's not clear that someone who's visually impaired can't navigate a continental crosswalk. It's easier for someone with low vision to remain aligned when there are edge markings in the crosswalk. It does require additional maintenance dollars and additional installation dollars. It's a marginal cost, but it does add up over the thousands of crosswalks we have in the county.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Moving on, next recommendation is to set back the southern pedestrian crosswalk at the Cheltenham Drive, Wisconsin Avenue intersection, essentially move it down in this image. Sort of as proposed, the southern crosswalk does not go straight across the intersection. You can see there's a jog in it on the center to go around the median. And also the curb ramps on the southwest side do not fully align with the receiving ramp. So in this case, you can see if you were to walk straight into the ramp, it would direct you into the curb there. And then the ramp right here would direct you into the middle of the intersection. So ideally, especially for people who are blind, have low vision, or are using mobility devices like wheelchairs, the ramp would direct you straight across the intersection into a receiving ramp on the other side, and that's not the case here. So if staff created, so this is the proposed design, staff created this design, which essentially shifts the crosswalk further south, which allows for the crosswalk to be straight across. It protects people walking and biking with the nose of the median, and addresses those conflicts. So you can have perpendicular curb ramps that direct you straight across. Additionally, I think I'll note that in the proposed design, I did mention that MCDOT staff were doing their best not to move curbs. This curb is the existing curb that's shown today. That's what, if you went out there today, that's what you would see. And that curb no longer controls the actual turning radius for vehicles because they're building this curb, which is great and helps allow for the accessible parking space I was talking about. But because of that, the curvature here, the radius here is no longer controlling. So there's an opportunity to make this tighter, which would allow both of these curb ramps, not just the one on the southern leg, but the one on the western leg, to go straight across as well. So I think wherever we can, we should be taking opportunities through these projects to improve access for people with disabilities. And this is one way that we can do that.
So that means new construction of the ramp on the west side.
Yeah, essentially
You
it would
have
be,
to do some more work to add to the cost of the project.
yeah, so yes, yes.
And also in the center and on the east side, they're all new, correct?
Yeah, I mean, if this
Yeah,
recommendation were to
extend
be,
the project, okay.
if this recommendation were to be implemented, additional concrete work would need to be done. And yes, the improvements would have a price tag associated with them.
Did we consider making a similar recommendation on the north side of this intersection? Because I think that it has some of the same challenges of directionality and certainly the radius of the curb, just looking at the northeast corner of this intersection on the screen here.
Yeah, staff did think about that. I think there were the southern leg was lower hanging fruit, just given the addition of the curb. The new curb that was being provided would make it, the sort of existing curb sort of vestigial. So I think there will be opportunities in the future to, I think what we tried to do, what staff tried to do in this recommendation and in sort of the other recommendations you see that involve the intersections is to not intrude into the actual roadway itself, but to sort of repurpose space that this project was sort of moving out of the roadway, and that's what we did here. I think on the north side there are more challenges because it would require additional work, and you wouldn't actually, like on Wisconsin itself, it wouldn't get you a lot to do it.
Well, I think that I hear you, and I understand that point. Looking at the screen here, I think that an additional benefit of focusing at least on the northeast corner, in some sense, whether it's changing the radii and therefore also changing the directionality of the curbs. Right now, given this design, cars going west on Cheltenham and then turning right on Wisconsin would turn directly into a bicycles. I think there's a real conflict concern there. Because they can instead of taking a tight turn where they would maybe have more visibility, it allows them to take a more gradual turn around that very kind of wide radius and turn right into both the cyclist path and potentially pedestrians too. So I don't know if it's possible for us to, make additional recommendations here, or at least something around consideration of that northeast corner of this intersection to try to figure out something, if not to protect cyclists and pedestrians, to at least better allow drivers to have better visibility as they're making a right.
I think if it's, I guess so what I'm hearing is there's interest in some sort of curb island of some sort that instead of it would require drivers to make a more 90-degree turn than a sort of sweeping turn. I think if that's the board's direction, I think staff would be happy to add that to the comment.
If I could, I would just note that there are some challenges just geometrically with that, but there could be a potential future opportunity, which is that the CVS site on the northeast corner is unlikely to remain a CVS forever, given the development pressures in Bethesda. And so I would suggest that at the time that site redevelops, that could be an opportunity to redesign this corner of the intersection without us having to acquire right-of-way. If you compare the east and west sides of the intersection, the reason there's room for a corner island on the southwest corner is because there's parking on that side of Norfolk Avenue. That parking lane becomes the space where that island exists. because there's no parking on the east leg on Cheltenham, there's not room for an island without moving the bike lane back at least 6 more feet into what's now the sidewalk space, and that would require the sidewalk to move back into what is now the CVS parking lot, which would require us to acquire right-of-way, which is well beyond the scope of the current project. Which is not to say that we can't try and make some improvements here, but I think the full-scale improvement would have to be accompanied with with redevelopment of that northeast corner.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I think that largely makes sense. Maybe there's the potential for like an interim condition here with materials that are not concrete, something just visual, whether it's, I hate making recommendations around plastic posts and bollards because those don't really provide protection, but some sort of at least visual cue for drivers in that place, whether it's a mountable ramp of some sort that are often used, kind of using non-concrete materials or something else. But as Eli mentioned, maybe just a narrow, not a super wide island as we see in the southwest corner, but a version of what we see proposed, kind of a narrow strip, but other materials that are not as expensive in an interim way. At least, so maybe the recommendation could at least be, consideration of an interim approach to that corner to provide for tighter turns and better protection.
Great. Yeah, so I know this is there's a lot of constraints here, and we're trying to fit a lot in, and so I'm good with that recommendation, knowing that I like what you said about in the future, when the CVS is redeveloped, to consider something that's more permanent or addresses the issue of potential conflicts of bikers and cars at that corner. So however you guys win this, but thank you for, yeah, I think that's great. And then if there's an interim, because you're going to take all of these and go back and look at the whole pieces and seeing what's the cost, what's the benefit, given it's in the CIP and you want to start it as soon as possible. So, and one only question I had was when you pull, I'm not a transportation person, but when you pull the bikeway away from the walkway, is it better when they're closer together, or by pulling it away, it doesn't create any, will people try to use the bikeway to walk, or I'm just saying, what are I saw the recommendation. I was saying, could there be a potential conflict that way too? People trying to use the walkway on the bikeway. As to walk on the bikeway.
Yes, Chair Harris. I think the answer is that for all users, the most direct path is generally the path that people will use. And so in this case, someone who's walking on the side, like just looking at planning's graphic and keeping in mind this is not something that we've designed, it's something they sketched up, and if we were to take this on, it might look a little bit different. But the sidewalk lines up closer with the bike lane in this case than it does with the crosswalk, and so from that standpoint, yes, you might get some people who walk in the bike lane, which would not be an ideal situation. However, I think there is room to shift the crosswalk north without significantly impacting the tangent of the curb ramps, which is what planning is attempting to get at here. So ideally, the crossings should be fairly close to each other and roughly in line with the sidewalk on either side, the lateral sidewalk approaching the intersection here. But sometimes even when we do that, you're still going to get people who use different facilities. I think people will get used to it over time, and as bike traffic increases, you'll see fewer pedestrians using the bike lane because they don't want to have conflict with bicyclists. And this can also be done if we're redeveloping, for example, redeveloping the corner where the CVS is. If you taper the sidewalk on approach to the intersection so that the pedestrians line up with the crosswalk before they get to the intersection, it makes it more direct as opposed to what's happening here on the southwest and southeast corners where you already have development that kind of constrains the path of pedestrians up to the actual edge of the right-of-way.
Okay, thank you.
It's a good question. Next recommendation is that staff should explore constructing that westbound one-way separated bike lane along Cheltenham Drive Urban Park. As I mentioned numerous times, this is the part that you're coming off the roundabout and there's no bike facility here. It's just shared lane markings. This is a higher stress segment than the rest of the corridor. And I think the right-of-way exists to build this between the curb and the sidewalk. It is not on Parks property. It's in the public right-of-way. Parks is supportive of this project. And then if this were to be constructed, again, this is just a staff illustrative graphic. If this were to be constructed, it would create very low stress bicycle level of traffic stress conditions for the entire corridor. So we'll leave that. And then also, if this is not constructed as part of this project, it's not super clear when it would be constructed. The adjacent development project to the west here that my colleague discussed is improving this bikeway along its own frontage, but it didn't trigger LATR, so there's no off-site requirements for it. And then there is no other adjacent development because it's a park. So it's likely that if this segment were ever to be constructed and it's master planned to be constructed, it would have to be a capital project, and this is a capital project. So that's the thought. Next, moving on over to the Woodmont Avenue, Norfolk Avenue intersection. The idea here is that this should be reconstructed as a sort of more formal protected intersection. So today, similar to the situation in the westbound direction at the Wisconsin Avenue intersection that Commissioner Linden discussed, the bikeway kind of ends right before the intersection. So the last protection is just before the crosswalk here. So what bicyclists have to do, if they're turning right, if they're going straight, is contend with both through traffic. If they're going straight, they're going to need to merge into the general travel lane in the middle of the intersection, or they'll deal with turning vehicles across them at speed, which the commissioner also discussed at the Wisconsin Avenue intersection. And then the last piece here is a little bit more complicated, but essentially the Woodmont Avenue two-way bike lanes terminate here today, and they go south, and they'll go south all the way into the Bethesda Row area. But to get onto that bikeway, let's say you're coming west and you're approaching and you have a green signal. I think that's great. You take the green signal, you queue in this bike box, and then you wait for the green signal on Woodmont, and then you continue south. If you don't approach at a green signal, you have to stop here and then wait for the green signal, and then go to the bike box, and then stop there and wait for the green signal, and then go south. This is potentially 2 signal cycles of delay for these bicyclists. And I think there's a pretty helpful solution to this, which is to just set back the southern and eastern crossing legs with the corner islands that are shown here to one, tighten the turn radius so turning vehicles turn slower while still allowing sort of larger vehicles to make these movements. The benefit of this for bicyclists is it provides additional routing options. So instead of just being forced to make this sort of very articulated left turn here, you can continue to do that if you get the green signal. Or you can enter this sort of two-way bike crossing that is created by the additional space that this sets back. So if you're approaching at a red, you can come down here and wait here and then go. And if you're approaching at a green, you come up here and then come down. So the benefits, essentially this is an increase in improvement in convenience for bicyclists. Additionally, it provides more direct pedestrian access by reducing exposure for pedestrians and providing straighter crossings. And then instead of crossing, like essentially, it just reduces the exposure that pedestrians have to traffic here as well. I think also this comes with Yes, there would be additional cost here, of course, but it gets closer to achieving sort of the best practices that Montgomery County is trying to do and has done, I think, very successfully in other parts of the county, given similar conditions that exist. So I think this is a recommendation, and the other recommendation too, frankly, that MCDOT will have to go back and think about and like figure out if it's possible given the budget and sort of the unique constraints of the area. But this is a best practice. This is what the bike plan talks about, and this is what we have, as a county, have been like very demonstrably doing over the past 5 years. And that's to our credit and to MCDOT's credit. Just trying to keep that going at a high volume intersection in Bethesda.
I really love this recommendation, and I completely recognize the complications and the cost considerations. I really hope that MCDOT can at least explore the feasibility, if the geometry works and if all the other considerations work that I'm not even aware of. But this does feel like a good intersection for this kind of approach for all the reasons that Eli mentioned. It is given the angles, given the increase in activity, it resolves to some extent some potential conflict points or at least intersections between bicyclists and pedestrians, and it slows down turning movements. I think there's a lot of potential positives here. So I recognize the constraints, but I hope there can at least be exploration through this recommendation.
Yeah, if I could, we have explored this intersection as being potentially part of Woodmont Phase 3, which is not funded for design or for construction at this time. But I think given that this is actually the intersection of 4 different projects in different phases of design and planning, design, and construction, so just Eli mentioned this earlier, but the south leg is Woodmont Phase 2, which is going to construction next year. The east leg is what we're discussing today, Norfolk Cheltenham. The north leg is Woodmont Phase 3, which again has not started planning, design, or anything. And then the west leg is the Norfolk Shared Street, which we have completed facility planning for. So these are all different projects that all intersect right here. And so we did explore potentially like a Woodmont Phase 3A, which would kind of be this intersection and the blocks to the north and west to kind of tie these together. We were not successful in getting any grant funding for that, and currently it's not funded. But really, I think that redesigning this intersection is more likely to be part of Woodmont Phase 3 potentially, and but there's, again, currently no funding for design or construction in the capital budget. That's the main constraint.
Is there any part of the proposed MCDOT design that would make it harder through Phase 3 to construct the protected? So in other words, if it's constructed as you proposed, is it more or less feasible that it could be kind of retrofit in the future?
This has been designed to not preclude any redesign as part of a full protected intersection as part of Woodmont Phase 3. So I think Wong's project was particularly designed to stop to avoid impacting the intersection, and Woodmont Phase 2 also similarly was designed to mainly avoid impacting the intersection itself. So like I said, I think Woodmont Phase 3 really is the vehicle with which to deal with this intersection, although given the fact that it's not funded for design or construction, I don't think that Mr. Glazier's recommendation is off base because we have no idea when funding might be available for that. So we might be stuck with the scenario for some period, and in that regard, it may be better to try and deal with it now, but that may increase costs later if we do build Phase 3 in the future.
It may be helpful. I don't want to belabor the point. It sounds like a future opportunity is potentially more feasible, just at least from a cost standpoint, and that's fine. But I'm wondering if it may be at least worth it to understand the costs associated of this design now. Understanding, of course, costs increase each year, et cetera. But so at least that a Phase 3 can be prepared to at least put in the necessary request to include it then. I'm not sure if those cost considerations have already been, at least on kind of a rough estimate sense, have already been done for a version of a protected intersection, but I think that could at least be worth doing as part of this process.
We do have a rough back of the envelope cost based basically on the similar linear foot per mile or, linear foot cost for a bikeway. But like I said, there's currently no funding for phase 3.
Thanks.
Thank you. And then moving east to the roundabout, I mentioned earlier that bicyclists going eastbound can choose to go south in a contraflow bike lane against traffic onto Tilbury Street South, which connects to Sleaford Road, which connects to Pearl Street, which was sort of the outcome of the alignment of the feasibility study from 2022. Or they can decide to enter the traffic circle and go north on Tilbury Street to continue north or to continue east, but further north in East Bethesda. This requires navigating, if you choose to go north, it requires navigating both the northbound Tilbury Street traffic and then also eastbound traffic in the roundabout. So if you can picture yourself as this black dot here, as you're approaching the end of the separated bike lane, you have to be looking at northbound Tilbury Street traffic to make sure they yield to you because you're in the traffic circle. But then you also have to be looking over your shoulder at the same time at eastbound roundabout traffic because you're going to be merging in front of them into the general travel lane in the roundabout. So it's not like a super tenable situation. I think most people would probably stop here and navigate those conflicts separately, and that's completely understandable and reasonable. There are a couple of things that we could potentially do to make that a more seamless transition situation. I think the first is at this crossing leg, making this a raised crossing. So putting the crossing at sidewalk level, which would, one, prioritize pedestrians crossing at this location, and then also act obviously as a sort of vertical traffic calming speed hump to ensure that people coming on northbound Tilbury entering the roundabout are traveling at a reasonable speed. If you're traveling slower, you have more time to react, there's more visibility. So for the bicyclist and the driver, there's more time at a slower speed, so that could be helpful. And then the second recommendation is to construct a mountable apron at the outer edge of that southwest corner of the roundabout. As you can see here, what a mountable apron does, which is shown in this reddish brown color, is it provides a tighter turning radius for motor vehicles, like for normal automobiles, but then still allows it to be mounted, which is why it's called a mountable apron, by larger trucks. So what this does is, this is an example of like what it could look like with sort of vertical hatching in this corner here, is essentially it deters automobiles from driving closer to the separated bike lane, more in the center of the traffic circle, which then creates more space here potentially for folks to navigate that merge into traffic. So this would, in staff's concept, this would be completely mountable. So if there was a larger vehicle, which by the way should not be using this traffic circle anyway, because as Wong said, there are traffic restrictions for trucks here, but we do know that with the construction and from our time in the field that this does happen. There are compliance issues with the regulations here, that this would still be mountable for heavy vehicles and for large vehicles. But for the majority of traffic, it would discourage driving over there and would provide more space for that merge to happen safely.
I'm just curious, the bikers, you show them on the street right now, the legend. Is that legend for the bikers? If you go to the street, what is the path for the bikers?
So I think the design shows shared lane markings, which are what those are in the road, because you can bike in the road, and people who are in the roundabout should expect bikes in the road because they can merge into it. But the predominant path of travel here is in this separated bike lane, and then you're either going south like that, or you're merging in here like that.
So we are trying to encourage the bikers to go on the path rather than to be on the roundabout.
Correct.
Okay, so
would you like to look at removing this one
well,
marking?
I was just wondering that the truck that you were, these recommendations that you were recommending is mostly for the bikers that they are on the bike path, separated bike path,
Right.
not the ones on the road.
Right, if you're on the road, you're already in the road,
Yeah,
so you're already in
so
front of the truck.
you're-
It's more just, like, and if you're biking in the road already, you're a very confident cyclist who is comfortable.
Or you are in a hurry bicyclist sometimes. I have
Yeah,
seen,
you're more comfortable biking, whereas like the separated bike lane piece is designed for people of all ages and abilities. So like navigating this merge back in is really the challenge here. So yeah, that's the idea.
We just say that is such a complicated area there for bikers and sidewalk, and I think I'm just saying for parents with their kids with the little thing, maybe have where the biker path is, but I think most bikers, maybe we don't want them to do that, but they're going to probably pop into the roundabout anyway, and it's just a challenging area there for, I know we want to make it safer, and hopefully that works, and what you recommend, putting the mountable will work. And we'll see how people use it, but it's safer. I'm just saying what people will actually do there is.
I think that's fair. I think that this crossing in particular does get a little bit more complicated. I think it's unfortunate, the design of the current roundabout, that there were options that staff looked into to address this conflict in different ways, but the sidewalks that exist on the roundabout today, particularly on the sort of the east side, are like incredibly poor, with like vertical, like utility poles and things like that are really sort of detrimental to pedestrian movement in the area anyway. So we're not about to recommend anything that would take away from the already limited pedestrian space. Yeah, I mean, you can see there's a pole right here in the graphic, but yeah, I think it's my hope that if the raised crossing idea can be advanced, that would, I think, provide significant pedestrian benefits around the roundabout. And then, yeah, I think there are just learning opportunities for people to navigate these situations, and Mr. Johnson has.
Yeah, if I could just add some additional context here. We expect the predominant movement for cyclists to be coming from the west leg, circulating around the roundabout 1/4 of the way, and then going south on Tilbury. And that's why that bike lane was added. However, if a cyclist wants to go north on Tilbury toward the northern parts of East Bethesda, if we didn't provide the connection back to the roundabout where it intersects Tilbury on the south end, Eli, if you could like put the right there, then a cyclist would have to circulate 3/4 of the way around the roundabout in the roadway. And also a cyclist who maybe thought that they could use the bike lane to get all the way around the roundabout would discover only when they got to the south leg that there was no connection. And so the idea was to provide that connection back. But if I were a cyclist and I was going to make the quote-unquote left turn to go 3/4 of the way around the roundabout to go north, I would probably just be in the roundabout from the beginning. But there was the concern was that if we provided the separated bike lane for that west to south movement, that someone who wanted to go west to north would get in there and not have a way to get back into the roundabout. That's why that ramp was added there. But I would expect someone going west to north to just circulate in the roundabout. There is no west to east movement because, as Eli mentioned earlier, Cheltenham on the east leg is one-way westbound approaching the roundabout.
Thank you.
And then the last recommendation is just to add pedestrian scale lighting where it's appropriate. MCDOT has these very fantastic street lighting design requirements that this board was briefed on that we assisted with. And using that tool, we identified that there are dark spots and uneven lighting that exists in the corridor. I think staff has acknowledged that there are opportunities, DOT staff has acknowledged that there are opportunities to provide additional pedestrian lighting, and I think we would encourage them to do so to reduce the dark spots and create more uniform lighting conditions for all modes. This is a slide that's just all of the recommendations. If you want to go back and talk about any of them, we can, or we can go into testimony.
let's go into testimony, but I think the only other thing that Commissioner Linden brought up was at the northeast corner of Wisconsin and Cheltenham, consider that piece. Aaron, I think that was an interim condition, and then hopefully in the future when the CVS redevelops, it can make it more permanent, yeah. So, yes, thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation.
No,
Thank
thank
you
you
for
all.
MCDOT for being here. You still stay there. We have a couple of people that wanted to provide testimony, but we know this is a greatly needed, but under very challenging conditions because of the constraints, but thank you for both for making the best of it all. So we have 4 people to testify, 1 in person, John Boas. Yep, please come on, sir. And
He'll go. He can go there.
Good evening, or excuse me, good afternoon, almost. Chairman Harrison, members of the Planning Board, my name is John Boas. I'm speaking to you today in opposition to the Cheltenham Drive bikeway design. For 4 generations, my family has owned the new car dealership on the corner of Wisconsin and Cheltenham. Now in our 86th year, we are the oldest retail business in Bethesda. Over the years, we've survived World War II, multiple economic recessions, oil crises, manufacturer bankruptcy, a global pandemic, and a worldwide supply chain disruption. Now comes the latest threat to my business, the well-intentioned but over-designed Bicycle Master Plan. The 2018 Bicycle Master Plan came on the heels of the 2017 Bethesda Sector Plan, which was extremely well vetted and taking into account the concerns of all the various stakeholders. The Bicycle Master Plan, in contrast, went too far in over-designing some proposed bikeways in downtown Bethesda, ignoring the valid concerns of many residents and businesses. For example, the sector plan recommended only a shared street or share-row or striping along the Cheltenham-Norfolk blocks, noting that installing separated bike lanes that eliminated street parking and reallocating existing roadway was unnecessary for bicyclists' comfort. This approach garnered a lot of support, including from the East Bethesda Citizens Association. Then comes the Bicycle Master Plan that modified the Cheltenham recommendations to a separated bikeway facility on both sides of the street, completely disregarding all of the meaningful public outreach and input that took place over the earlier sector plan process. The current design that Montgomery County DOT is recommending is complete overkill for this block on Cheltenham. In the bicycle toolkit section of the Bicycle Master Plan, separated bike lanes are recommended for streets with speeds over 30 miles an hour and vehicle counts over 6,000 daily. This short block of Cheltenham already benefits from existing traffic calming measures, such as a traffic circle on the east side and traffic lights on the west side, effectively limiting speeds to 10 or 15 miles an hour, and has traffic counts of under 1,000 daily. MCDOT is ignoring the Bicycle Master Plan toolkit, which recommends only share rows or striping for low-speed streets with low traffic volumes, such as the case on Cheltenham. For decades, this short block has successfully balanced the interests of businesses and their customers and the surrounding community. The street currently functions very well and accommodates cars, bikes, and pedestrians, as well as delivery trucks, trash trucks, school buses, tow trucks, moving vans, Amazon delivery trucks, and rideshare vehicles. Even Montgomery County DOT's own traffic study, recent traffic study, grades the block's level of service with an A. There simply is no empirical data that suggests any changes are needed on this block. Currently, Cheltenham Drive has an 80-foot right-of-way with wide 16 feet sidewalks and a 48-foot span from curb to curb, allowing for on-street parking on both sides and also very good circulation from the through lanes. All of my sales and service activities enter and exit onto Cheltenham. Separated bike lanes, with concrete curbs and bollards will create impediments to safe circulation of vehicles in and out of my business. Delivery trucks need to be able to unload temporarily on Cheltenham without blocking any traffic.
Mr. Bowes, can you wrap it up? Take about 30 more seconds, please.
I got one more paragraph. Separated bike lanes with concrete curbs and bollards will create impediments to safe circulation of vehicles in and out of my business. Delivery trucks will need to be able to unload temporarily on Cheltenham without blocking traffic. Trash trucks, moving vans must be able to enter and exit without running over curbs in the street. Separated bike lanes require trucks to make wide turns that can be difficult, if not impossible, especially right turns. All of this will create unnecessary congestion and could potentially cause backups on Wisconsin, Norfolk, and Woodmont. This short block also has 7 curb cuts that will create several breaks in the separated bike lanes. The bicyclists will need to navigate 7 intersections, creating a false sense of security. These curb cuts make separated bike lanes ineffective, creating more conflicts and confusion for the motorists, bicyclists, and pedestrian. It should also be noted that the $2.5 million estimated cost to install these separated bike lanes would be more effective use of taxpayer dollars if spent on higher priority segments of the bicycle master plan. So given the negative impacts on my business and others, I urge the Planning Board and MCDOT to reconsider the current design, scaling it back to perhaps a simple share row and spending the budget on a more effective bikeway somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have 3 people on teams. The first is Amanda Farber. Welcome. We can't hear you, Ms. Farber. So why don't we do this? Why don't we go to Paige Nuremberg and come back to you, okay? Well, staff will help you. Maybe you can log off, Ms. Farber, and log back on. Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Nuremberg? Why don't we try Barrett Ribbon?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Ribbon.
Okay. I represent myself, my wife, and a number of people who live in the Lionsgate condo that is on Woodmont between Norfolk and Old Georgetown. I'd like to point out a problem that has gotten exacerbated by the bike lane installation. Its probable effect a bit on the Cheltenham project, and also suggest a win-win solution to it. And that is the project effectively made Woodmont Avenue into a 2-lane road. And because of particularly the Marriott, there's numerous trash delivery Amazon, etc., delivery vehicles, limos, that basically block one of those lanes, causing traffic, particularly going north, to deflect into across a double yellow lane and making for a difficult situation, particularly at the intersection of Norfolk. What we suggest to alleviate this problem is to eliminate the 6 or 8 parking spaces that are remaining on that segment of Woodmont. I'm sorry, street traffic parking, and open up the public parking lot on the west side of Woodmont to the public 24/7. It is currently now open from 11 a.m. and beyond. That would free up an additional lane's worth of traffic lanes and help people circumvent these obstacles that present themselves. So that's it. Recommend opening up that parking garage 24/7 and eliminate the 5, 6, or 7 parking spots that are on Woodmont from Norfolk to Old Georgetown. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rippon. I just want to make sure that what you're recommending is not in this part of this proposed Cheltenham from Norfolk to Tilbury area, but it's but duly noted what you said, and we'll let the proper authorities know about your comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Farber.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, good morning. I am speaking today on behalf of the Bethesda Downtown Implementation Advisory Committee, which is comprised of residential and development and commercial members. Our group is charged with providing specific community and redevelopment expertise, which includes improving pedestrian and bicycle safety in the plan area and implementing the language in the 2017 Bethesda Downtown Plan. I'll also note that I know these 2 blocks very well since I personally pass through them multiple times a day, and I have for the last 25 years. You have the IAC's written testimony, and so I just want to highlight 3 points. First is the sector plan consistency. Next is current configuration concerns and complexity. And the last is the cost. So in terms of sector plan consistency, the sector plan involves several years of collaborative outreach meetings, public hearings, and work sessions across a diverse group of stakeholders, including commercial property owners, local business owners, and residential communities. In fact, many pages of the plan are dedicated to bikeway design and implementation, including specific recommendations for Cheltenham Drive and Norfolk Avenue. The 2017 sector plan states, striping is recommended for the near term, prior to any implementation of the shared street concept, and notes that, quote, the primary advantage to this alternative is the relative ease in which it can be implemented, and that it can be implemented without any additional relocation of existing roadway or loss of parking. The sector plan also recognized a longer-term alternative involving a shared street concept anticipated to have traffic calming effect and which would support relatively low-speed mixed traffic. Significantly, the sector plan stated, under such a scenario, separated bike lanes are unnecessary for bicyclist comfort. We have concerns with the currently proposed configuration of 2 separated one-way 6-foot bike lanes, which, by the way, is wider than what is currently provided for on Woodmont Avenue, the large concrete islands near the corners of the intersections with Wisconsin Avenue and Woodmont Avenue, changes in the travel lane alignment, loss of parking, and the fact that smaller and larger delivery vehicles and buses absolutely must navigate and utilize these two relatively short blocks. I heard a comment that there is a truck restriction on Cheltenham, and I can tell you that that is not the case in reality. Trucks, small and large, and buses use these blocks of Cheltenham and Norfolk extensively. Moving trucks for servicing the Whitney, car delivery trucks, trucks for CVS, and future trucks for the redevelopment that's happening at the old Midas site. So I just want to clarify that in terms of actual on the ground use of these blocks. So I just listed the concerns with the current design and configuration. But I also want to highlight the cost, which is that for a budget of $2.2 million for this project, which is likely to go up with some of the changes being talked about, for just 2 short blocks, that's very substantial on its own. But it's also substantial given the fact that there's many other roadways in the Bethesda CBD that need to be funded for separated bike lanes, where the context necessitates that intensive infrastructure, and also shared streets. We just heard that Norfolk Avenue, which is a priority project for a shared street, has not been funded. The design right now is currently at 30%, and the IAC would like to offer itself as a resource to MCDOT and to planning to improve the design, to be functional for all users, and to be more cost effective. And then separately, I also want to note that EBCA, East Bethesda Citizens Association, also submitted written comments, but that as an organization, we would also like to be a resource to MCDOT and planning staff to make this project better, again, for all users. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farber, for your testimony, and we'll try one more time for Paige Nuremberg.
Paige had to drop off.
Okay, but we have her
testimony.
Yeah, but we have her testimony. Thank you. Thank you for all that came in person to testify and those who testified virtually. So now we'll bring it the board to discuss this further. Do I have any questions or comments from the board?
I have comment.
Oh, yeah.
You go first.
I generally like most bike plans, and I think it's always an opportunity for people to move about their communities. And I'm a big advocate for bicycle paths throughout the county. My only comment is Mr. Bowis came in today to present his testimony, and I noticed during our presentation there wasn't much comment with regards to its effect on the business owners in the community. There was presentation with regards to reduction in parking spaces and the movement of parking spaces, but one of the things that's concerning for me is that, you know, these things don't exist in a bubble, and so there's always going to be some cause and effect with regards to it. So one of the causes and the positives is an opportunity for safe pedestrian ingress, egress, and bicyclist ingress and egress. But the question I have is, what positive effect does it have on the surrounding businesses? And if you haven't done that type of study, I appreciate having that type of study and information in the future. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Petto.
I have a few comments. Not just specifically this, but I would really appreciate when we come and talk about, you know, bikes and pedestrian, we talk about all the modes of the transportation, not just one. We had today about the bikeway. no information about the ADT, no information about the length of the project, no information about how it's going to impact other businesses. It sort of puts us in a vacuum. I think it is, I still don't know what is the ADT. I understand that this loop was supported by the county council that create a loop. I agree with that, and I agree that that loop exists, but that loop doesn't have to be for a short stretch more than $2.2 million. I just sitting here and look at it that, is this the most important project to be used? I know that capital projects put projects in the specific category, and maybe the other section of the loop that is proposed, this money would be better used for those other section of the loops. And the other thing is that I understand we are adding more things to protect the bikeways. I support bikeways. I'm a bike rider myself. I enjoy biking. I bike a lot also when the weather is good in Bethesda because I want to go to all the activities there. But I don't recommend, at one point this project is a go, that frankly at this point I'm sitting here with my clear conscience, I cannot support to spend for the short stretch of the project $2.5 million. I say $2.5 million because I know that by the time we go and add the 10% and everything, it's going to get to that. And then additional recommendation that we have made is going to add to more cost, that it may be removed by some other projects that is going to come in. We could still provide the same request by the county council by looking at other ways like shared or other things that doesn't have such a fiscal impact, doesn't have such an impact to the businesses around there, and doesn't have impact to the traffic. When we look at these, we have to look at all the mode of transportation. Frankly, I have been sitting here, and most of the time, the only thing I see is that how are we going to protect that? I support 100% bikers and pedestrians, but then we don't even talk about the impact to the traffic and how we're going to make it safe for the drivers, because a lot of our people right now, they are driving, and we have to make it safe for them as well.
So, Commissioner Bedoin, to clarify, we did conduct the traffic studies back in May as per the feedback from the community at the public meeting in March. We wanted to have a latest traffic studies because there was no traffic study done after the pandemic was over. So, and also there was no traffic study after the Marriott headquarters moved to the location. So we did conduct the traffic studies back in May. I just wanted to provide that information to you.
Well, maybe you could share some of those information with us, because I have been asking that, what is the traffic, and if making the lane narrower, how is the impact to the trucks and everything else? I still don't know.
So our traffic study, as I stated before, our traffic study did show there is a slight delay increase, but it's not significant. It's not a significant delay caused by the project. As far as the reduction of the lane width, that, as Eli stated earlier, and I agree that it doesn't have impact on the volume, that's the volume capacity the road can accommodate. And as for turning movement, we did what's called an auto turn modeling for the vehicle turning movement. And the current design, the current proposed design, does not exacerbate any condition that's beyond what's already existing out there. So any trucks movement that's causing issues right now, our project doesn't make it any worse.
What is the volume?
Say again, what is the
Volume, I don't know.
the vehicle volume is, I don't know the specific number off the top of my head, but the volume along Cheltenham is quite low.
Okay, if it is quite low, that's what I wanted to know. If it is quite low, then why don't we go with the shared bikeway? That's what I want to know.
Excuse me, David Ansbacher for the record. One of the individuals that testified earlier was referring to the bicycle master plan and different conditions when we think that separated bike lanes are appropriate. They referenced some of them, posted speed limits, 30 miles per hour or faster, higher traffic volumes, 6,000 vehicles per day or higher. But other ones that weren't referenced are if there's on-street parking that has a lot of turnover, that's very common in commercial areas. That's very difficult for a lot of people to navigate sort of that environment when you're bicycling and a car may be pulling in and out of a parking space. Also, just conventional bike lanes, they can become obstructed, right? Especially in commercial areas, especially where there are trucks parking in the conventional bike lanes. So it's not just the traffic volumes or the speeds that we consider, it's the full operation of the street.
I still don't see why we have to spend $2.5 million for something that is very low volume, and it could be done by shared. And I'm going to just leave it at that. This is
I just want to provide a correction. So the $2.2 million includes the design cost. So let's not conflate the total cost of the project with the construction cost. The construction estimate is $1.3 million. That includes, because we're at 30%, that includes a 40% contingency. And one of the things that happens after we get to 30% design is we look at this and we say, this is what we initially thought we were going to have to move to make this project possible. We were going to have to put a storm drain inlet here, and that impacts a water line or a sewer line or a gas line. And then the next step that we do between getting from 30% design to 60% design is go, well, what if we move that storm drain 50 feet down the street and then we don't impact the water line? And that brings costs down. So a cost estimate at 30% is not necessarily going to be the exact cost. It could go up based on changes in scope. It could go down based on removing utility impacts through that process. In terms of, this is pretty well on par with other separated bike lanes in the county on a per linear foot scale. Construction costs have been going up due to inflation, which is unfortunate. It's a problem that is impacting many different sectors of the economy, not just construction. And Commissioner P2M also mentioned considering the safety of drivers, and I think it's important to talk about the fact that the expected additional delay in this corridor is very minimal. So asking a driver to spend an extra 15 seconds in traffic may sound onerous to someone who drives to that block every day, but an extra few seconds in the car for a driver does not impact their safety at all. But a driver who's turning at high speed impacting a cyclist or a pedestrian can have serious impacts on their life, either through severe injury or fatalities in the worst case scenarios. And so I think it's important to be very clear when we're talking about safety of pedestrians and cyclists. We of course consider the safety of drivers, but in a corridor like this where posted speed limits are 25 miles per hour, this driver safety is not a particularly strong concern because the likelihood that a driver is going to be in a fatal crash at that kind of low speed, which we're not really impacting significantly. In terms of the lane widths, just for some context, the little white lines you see on the road out there and the yellow lines, they're 5 inches wide. That's the width of those lines. So when we talk about narrowing the travel lanes by 6 inches, we're literally talking about the width of the lane line that separates traffic. It's not a huge difference. A passenger car is between 6.5 and 7 feet wide. Typically, there are some SUVs that are a little bit larger. So for a passenger car, you're only taking up 70, maybe 75% of a 10-foot lane, let alone, a 10.5-foot or 11-foot lane gives you even more space. That's a recommendation from the planning staff. So I think these are important considerations, that this street will still function for drivers. But we want to make sure it's safe for cyclists and pedestrians as well. And I think the important context when it comes to the protection versus like a separate, just like a shared street versus a separated bike lane is this is an urban area. And in urban areas, one of the most important factors in making sure that bike lanes work is whether there's access to the curb or not. If there is access to the curb in urban areas, people will use it. They'll park there. Many times it's quote unquote just for a minute, but frequently you have 70 or 80 people over the course of a day who park just for a minute. So in an area like this, if we provide a shared street, we will not have a separated bike, we won't have a dedicated bike space, and maybe that's okay. But it is, as part of this network, trying to open up biking to people who currently don't consider biking because they don't feel safe doing it, they don't feel comfortable doing it. It requires not just sharing space with cars. And then there was one more point that someone made, and I'm drawing a blank on it now. So I'll
Okay, Commissioner Hedrick, did you have your hand up?
I did, but I think that the staff just covered the issues that we have. A Shero is there's no point to a Shero. It's more of a waste of money than anything else because no one will use it that doesn't already use it, and it's dangerous.
Okay.
So I mean, if we want to do something, we got to do something. If we're not, then we don't. And I think this is a good system, and I think that they've done a good job of explaining the reasons for it all around.
Okay, great. So let me just say this. I appreciate the comments from people that made testimony, MCDOT, and staff. As we may recall, that based on the master plan, bikeways, in transitways and highways, the MCDOT went forward and made a design based on recommendations in the 2018 master plan. There was they went out to the community. There were several sessions along the way. As we all know, we've heard that on Tilbury, there's going to be that greenway that we approved projects recently just north of here. And that whole area is going to be tied with larger multifamily projects. It's going to be tying into a more walkable community. If I would recommend moving forward with what DOT had, along with the comments we provided, and if they can incorporate them, they're going to make their best judgments of what they can incorporate, the cost. There's a lot of trade-offs here. It is a tough segment here, but I feel that they've done the best that they could to meet the needs of the various parties. I know they're taking away some parking, but there is a parking garage there right across the street, and I don't think it's at capacity. I don't know if you, but I park in there a lot myself. So what I would recommend that we move forward, provide the comments, move forward. At a certain point, MCDOT is going to do a final cost estimate, and they will move. And they will go to the council or to their own. This is what the cost of. If it needs to be pared down because of whatever, then they will have to discuss it at that time. They may have to make recommendations to do something different than what we have today. But our goal today was to give comments on the design. We've given comments on the design, and they will finish up their design and cost estimate, and at that point, they'll decide how they move forward with this project. So that's my recommendation, and then if any other comments or questions from the board.
I just have one comment in response to yours. I work for capital project. Show me one project that designed 30% and was less. Everything went up, okay? There is not one. I love to have separated bike path. My concern is the usage of the public funds. I don't believe that, and I understand a good portion may have been used for design, and they explained that, about half is design, half is construction, that it makes sense for projects like that. I just think that it's too expensive for the benefit that it provides. And there are other ways that you could have the same kind of safety for everyone but much less. That's where my position is.
One last comment, and we're going to wrap this up.
Yeah, I just wanted to, so first, I just wanted to second everything that Mr. Johnson said toward the end. I think that that perfectly describes many of the benefits of projects like this, and I just wanted to focus on one additional one to speak to the value. I think the disproportionate bang for the buck value of a project like this, even though it's short. So, you know, one of the, and research backs this up, one of the main reasons why more folks don't get out there and bike, including kids, including parents with kids, including cyclists that are not as confident on their bike, including people that are just interested in exploring their neighborhood, is when there are moments or links in a network that are unsafe. It could be 100 feet, it could be 500 feet, it could be a particular intersection, it could be navigating, you know, between a block and the next block down. When there's gaps, when there's significant gaps where it goes from safe to unsafe, those moments are reasons why people choose not to bike and incorporate it into their daily patterns. This particular section, as Eli described before, is one of very few that go east-west across Wisconsin, and it is currently extremely unsafe. You know, I bike a lot just on my own. I consider myself to be a fairly confident biker. I would not bike on this stretch with my daughter, and I love biking with my daughter. You know, the Cheltenham stretch of this on the east side of Wisconsin gets probably a little less traffic, but when you get to the Norfolk side, on the west side of Wisconsin, that is a very dangerous mixing zone of cars, buses, and pedestrians get in the mix there too. And this gap in the network between the Woodmont existing protected lanes, the future protected lanes, and the rest of the loop, and going north to other future protected lanes, this gap is a reason why many folks won't get out there and actually use the existing and future protected infrastructure. It's a small section with a disproportionate impact because, as the chair mentioned, hundreds of units coming online soon, going north all the way up to, I think, Maple Ave, between Wisconsin and Tilbury. Hundreds of new units. There's the existing condo, 100 units on Cheltenham itself, getting built today. You know, hundreds of new residents who could benefit from moving around the neighborhood in a safe way, not having to rely on a car. And many of them, I think, will use this future connection to go into downtown Bethesda or to continue, you know, south from there or north from there. I think that it's a great use of public funds for that reason, for the disproportionate benefit that it provides, connecting a network in a safe way. So I'm happy to see it come forward, and I'm happy, you know, to MCDOT for moving it forward to 30% and pushing it on from here. And I just wanted to make one final comment as well. It was raised that the county previously evaluated through the sector plan that separated lanes are not necessary on this stretch. I just wanted to note that that's not an accurate reading of the sector plan. The sector plan speaks to a future shared street scenario on the Norfolk side of Wisconsin where the previous temporary closed street was. And it said under a shared use scenario on that stretch of Norfolk, separated bike lanes are not necessary. It did not speak to this stretch of Norfolk or the Cheltenham stretch. But regardless of that, as Eli mentioned, the master plan supersedes that. Eli and staff spoke to several instances of planning and community engagement following the 2017 sector plan, the bike master plan, the study, and this current design and engineering as part of this project. So I just wanted to note that there's more than enough evidence that this is needed, and it was not previously evaluated that it was not needed. So so thank you for that.
Okay, so Ms. Farber brought up this piece here. I'm not sure exactly where it was, on the Norfolk side, or just Norfolk Avenue, I don't know.
Eli Glacier, for the record. I was just supporting Commissioner Linden's comments on this. I think the characterization that this project area, Norfolk Avenue and Cheltenham Drive, were intended to be a shared street, and that because of that, separated bike lanes were unnecessary for bicyclist comfort is, I think it's not true, unfortunately, because if you look at the text on the screen, this says specifically the portion of Norfolk Avenue within the Woodmont Triangle, and this project is outside of the Woodmont Triangle. So the intention here was never for a shared street context with a curbless section here. The Bethesda plan recommended striped bike lanes here, which would, I think frankly, have similar parking challenges due to the limited right-of-way. So the separated bike lanes are by far the more effective option, and that's why the bicycle plan calls for them, and that's why MCDOT is implementing the bicycle plan recommendation.
Okay, well, great. Thank you, Ms. Farber, for showing it there, okay? I appreciate it.
Can I just, I would like to make a correction. The master plan, the sector plan does say this. Here on page 53, Rugby Avenue to Wisconsin Avenue. That's the shared street. That's still considered within Woodmont Triangle. So I just want to reference where that was coming from.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So do I have no other further comments or questions? Do I have a motion to provide comments on the staff comments on the Cheltenham Bikeway mandatory referral, adding the comment about the northeast corner of Wisconsin and Cheltenham? And transmitting those comments to MCDOT.
Yeah, I'll move to approve and transmit those comments to MCDOT.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
I abstain.
Okay, so it's 4-0-1. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming today. I appreciate the very, very frank conversations we had about this. It's a very complicated project, but a necessary one for public safety. And I look forward to going to the next step, the design and then the final costing. So thank you so much. We appreciate it. And we're going to take a 5-minute break and start with our next item. We're on item number 7, the Central Square Preliminary Plan, Site Plan, and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions of all 3 of these. This, is it afternoon? Yeah, almost, yeah. We have Jonathan Casey with the, oh, no, I'm sorry there, yeah. Josh Penn presenting this item. Thank you.
Well, today is both me and Mr. Casey, but
Okay.
I'm going to be doing the bulk of the presentation. We split the review. I was doing the site plan, Jonathan was doing the preliminary plan. We work well together.
Okay, great.
Today, we do have Central Square. For the record, I'm Josh Penn. We have site plan 820250090, preliminary plan number 120250180, and final forest conservation plan F2025001. We are recommending approval with conditions of the preliminary plan, the site plan, and the final forest conservation plan. And over the next few slides, I'm going to walk you through a few red line conditions of conditions that we worked out with the applicant since the posting of the staff report. Well, I thought it was here. We have one slide in between. We did meet all the signing and noticing requirements, and they did have a pre-submission meeting on May 14th of 2025. We have not received any correspondence to date. Here we go, revised conditions. Under the site plan conditions, you can see here we amended the density. I had a little bit of a math issue. It should be 108 townhomes and 92 2/2s. Before it was 100 space 70. Got my math worked out there. Condition 2, we deleted the word from the. Condition 3, we basically are renaming all or relettering all the 3 subsections to the correct ones. Condition 8, we had originally, prior to the first use and occupancy, do all the amenity spaces. We worked with the applicant. We all agreed that the first one might be detrimental because of the way they're building out the site. So we came up with this new condition, which is prior to the 151st, all the amenities will be done. And more specifically, the public open space, Central Park, which is the big park in the center of the site, must be completed before the issuance of the 8th use and occupancy abutting the park, abutting the public open space. Block A, lots 55 through 60, and Block A, lots 84 through 108. So we know those are all those townhomes that are facing onto the park. We wanted to make sure that that park was substantially complete when the people were moving in there to enjoy it. 13C, we added a condition prior to certified site plan. The applicant must assess the viability of installing multiple curbs as described in condition 13D. We altered 13D to say at the time of construction of roads B and C, if deemed feasible, per the previous condition, the applicant must install multiple truck aprons following locations. The rest of it's the same. Condition 17 has been deleted. It was a repeat condition from earlier in the conditions. And then condition 20, K, before certification of site plan, a building shell analysis for interior noise must be provided. The building shell analysis must include details for interior noise mitigation measures certified by an engineer specializing in acoustical treatments and must be approved by staff. Future projected noise levels must be attenuated to no more than 45 decibels LDN for the residential building units affected by exterior noise levels greater than 65 decibels. This condition was just a clarification of the previous noise conditions, giving you a little bit more to work on in terms of what we were looking for. Preliminary plan condition 16, approve subgrade for the private roads to be 6-inch grade aggregate base, GAB, or applicable MCDOT road classification standard was added. Okay, now that we got all those words out of the way, we're moving on to some pretty pictures and some site here. The subject property is located at roughly 7501 Standish Place, which is here in the center of the property, marked center of the area, marked property. It is bounded by Standish Place, a private road, which sounds the south and southwest sides of the property. Northern, southern, and western frontage are along Crabs Branch Way. It is surrounded by a diversity of uses and building types, which are generally characterized as moderate density industrial and residential uses. You can see it's much more residential to the east, and it's much more industrial office to the west. And you can see the city of Rockville peeking in over there across 355. The site, as you can see here, is about 12.73 acres. It's in the 2021 Shady Grove Master Plan. It is zoned CRNF. The currently developed with 4 office buildings, which will be demolished and replaced with residential. It is in the Middle Rock Creek watershed, and there are no forest streams, wetlands, or buffers on site. So it's good blank slate for a new development. Just wanted to remind you that back in June of 2025, the board did see this for an LMA, which approved the change in the zoning to the CRN. Sorry, was it CRN or CRNF? And you can see kind of here what was approved at the time of the LMA. The binding elements were looked at that time of LMA and were incorporated into the preliminary plan and site plan as we move forward. The proposed preliminary plan does look for 8 lots for up to 92 2/2s, multi-unit dwelling units, 108 lots for 108 attached townhomes. This includes at least 15% MPDUs, which will be spread throughout the site. DHCA has looked at the allocation of where those units are in our support of the application, as you can see in the staff report. And there are going to be parcels for private roads, open space, and stormwater management. The site plan is looking at a standard method of development. It's going to be 200 total units, 170 market rate, and 30 MPDUs, or 108 townhomes and 92 2/2s. New private streets and alleys will be constructed, and there will be some trails and stuff going throughout the site, including all the open space, which we'll get into in a little bit. For the master plan, it does advance the master plan's goal for the Shady Grove area to be mixed use and pedestrian oriented. The development will advance a key master plan, increasing the MPDUs in the area to 15%. And the proposed open space associated with this development advances recommended open space design principles in the master plan.
Can I just ask a question here? Some of these lots have more than 10 townhomes attached to each other. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what the maximum string length is.
Yeah, what is the maximum? Because it makes it very difficult if someone wants to go, around their backyard.
I think the maximum stick here is 9. I don't think there is a total maximum of number of string units. Jonathan, do you know?
Is there a maximum? That's what I was going to ask, that when we have a string of townhouses, where do we create a block between them? Is there a maximum that they have, or they can just have rows of townhouses attached?
This is Jonathan Casey. I'll have to check on the maximum number.
Okay. I was just curious because.
Yeah, we did look at the block design.
Yeah, the block
made sure
design.
there were adequate breaks in the block for pedestrian movement through to the central park. Subdivision regulation limit to 1,600 feet per block. This is significantly less. They have plenty of openings between the units to provide connectivity here.
Yeah, is that Central Park that is public? Is it like Montgomery Parks, or is it privately maintained?
No, it's private, but it's publicly accessible, which we will get into the details of it a little bit later. We've got some.
Do they coordinate with the Parks Department?
No, this is private. This is a private
Yeah,
park.
so even though if it's a private public park, they don't coordinate with the parks.
Correct. It's designed by
Okay.
the applicant, and we'll show you a little bit more detail in the following slides. I think will help you envision what you're looking at here.
Yeah, I was just wondering that it is good if they coordinate with park, because the amenities would be what was, maybe coordinated. What are the real need for amenities that they can coordinate as just a feedback or something?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Okay, as we were talking about, here's the open space slide. You can kind of get a better idea of what we're looking at. We have public open space, which is commonly publicly open to the public. That's not a lot of public there. And then we have common open space, which is open space that is for the residents generally. I'm sure they wouldn't stop anybody from crossing through, but the public open space is labeled here as Central Park in green, and you see all the orange is the common open space spread throughout the site. Just trying to see. And this one is accessible this way. This one kind of has a cut through. This one is this large view shed between the parks leading to the Central Park. It's all well-integrated open space that helps lead you to the Central Park area, which is on the more residential side of the neighborhood. I'm going to hand it off to our designer, who's Natasha Fahim. Please take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Good morning, the chair and the planning commissioners. For the record, my name is Natasha Fahim, urban designer from the Design Placemaking and Policy Division. Design staff has worked collaboratively with the applicants and their design team throughout the review process to improve the design of the project without losing any density. Our overarching goal was to maximizing the density that can be accommodated on a site using the proposed building type, while we are ensuring the site design and architecture improve the livability and the quality of the life for future residents and the surrounding neighborhood. I will present to you a few features that achieve these goals. First and foremost, this development provides a focused and well-designed open space along the major roadways that the site is located, mean Crab Branch Way and Standish Place. These are great places for people to gather and recreate near their homes. The major open space is a central park along Crab Branch Way, as Mitra was alluding to. This park is covering over 1 acre of the land, which I will elaborate a little bit more about the amenities of this park on the next slide. The images that you see here on the slide are showing the entryway into the park from the midway connecting the middle of the site where the red arrow is. Both of the images are kind of like the entryway into the park from the homes. We have more images on the next slide, if you don't mind. Oh, thank you. So on this slide, on all the rendering and view are showing the large central park that will provide the active and passive recreational spaces for all ages. This park will feature an open lawn for play and recreation, playground areas for children for different ages, picnic areas with appropriate equipment for families to gather, and series of pedestrian paths and seating elements throughout the space. So you can see on the images here the amenities that this park has to offer for future residents and the surrounding area. Next, please. Another design aspect that I can mention is the converting of the required fire access road along the Central Park into the pedestrian promenade. Fire access road is the one shown on the red line here on the image that serves as a pedestrian promenade and serves as an extension of the Central Park. The townhome units are fronting into this wide pedestrian path, while there's a large, the row of the large street trees framing the paths, which create additional amenity for this Central Park. This pedestrian promenade, along with other trails and sidewalk throughout the site, they are all shown as a blue line on this image, creates a network of the walkable spaces and encourage people to leave their cars and walk and bike throughout the site. Regarding the cars, I should also mention another aspect of this development is that there is no front-loaded units proposed on this proposed project. This development is putting vehicles right in the right place in an alley and away from the public realm, while providing on-street parking within the internal street for visitor and guests. Next, please.
You're right, upset that there are some front-loaded.
There is no front-loaded.
There is no front-loaded.
There is no front-loaded. Yeah, you can, Josh, if you can go back the previous slide, I think you can see all the townhomes and 2/2s are getting fed. Yeah, this one is fine. Getting fed through the alley system. Would you go back to? Yeah, this one is good. The 2/2s. The final aspect, yeah, if you can go one more. Sorry about that, the 2/2s. So the final design aspect that I would like to present to you is mixing the unit types in this development to avoid creating separate enclave. This project offers different unit type with different sizes within the 2/2s product, as well as the townhomes, plus the 15% MPDU that Josh mentioned. All of these are very well mixed throughout the site. On the slide here, you see the location of the 2/2s, that they are mostly along the Standish Place, one of the major roadway along the site. 2/2s are taller and wider, so they have been placed strategically along the Standish Way to create a stronger street wall along this roadway. Next. On the next slide, you see the location of the townhomes, all railroaded townhomes, that they are mostly along the internal street. There are 3- and 4-story high townhomes. And I can also bring attention to the elevation that has been provided. So special attention has been paid to ensure that the side elevation of these end units that they are highly visible from the open space and the streets. They get special treatment, more fenestration and windows, and higher quality material to ensure that the quality of the life for the end users by bringing more light and air into the units of the end unit of the sticks, and also creating the better views for pedestrian along the sidewalks. So at the end, I would like to also mention that since this development have been in a pipeline, staff have been received several residential developer reaching out to us with their initial thoughts to converting the additional vacant office buildings in this community. So that's a great positive aspect that this project is bringing to the community. At this point, I would like to turn the presentation to our transportation staff to go over some of the transportation aspect as well.
I believe Justine Veles is online and he's joining us virtually. Justine, all you.
Yes, thank you so much, Josh. This is Justine for the record with the Transportation Planning Division. So the site is bound by 2 streets. First one is a county-owned boulevard, Cross Branchway, with a master plan right-of-way of 80 feet, and the applicant will provide the required dedication. And then to the south, it's bound by Standish Place, which is privately owned. Next slide, please. The street network is proposed as shown on screen, on the figure on screen. The applicant is proposing the construction of 3 private streets that will be constructed following neighborhood street standards under the Complete Streets Design Guide. The private streets will consist of 2 bidirectional travel lanes and 6-foot wide concrete sidewalks with street buffers on both sides, allowing both motor vehicle and pedestrian access in and out of the site. All private alleys will have a width of 20 feet with 2 directional travel lanes exclusively for motor vehicle access. Next slide, please. As part of this project, the applicant will provide a variable width asphalt side pad with street buffers and to fulfill the recommendation under the 2018 Bicycle Master Plan. The asphalt side pad with street buffer will vary in width due to spacing constraints and existing utilities and facilities in the area that the applicant will have been responsible for relocating. To avoid these hardships and mitigate the costs associated with relocating the existing facilities, MNCPPC staff and MCDOT agreed to work with the applicant and not require the full length of an 11-foot wide asphalt side pad. Therefore, the asphalt side pad will be no less than 8 feet in width, and the street buffer will be no less than 6 feet in width, as shown on the exhibit on screen. And then a little breakdown of this is that the blue segments will have a 10-foot wide asphalt side pad separated from traffic by a 6-foot wide street buffer with trees. The red segments will have an 11-foot wide asphalt side pad separated from traffic by an 8-foot wide street buffer with trees. The purple segments will have an 8-foot wide asphalt side pad separated from traffic by a 6-foot wide street buffer. And then the orange segments are transition zones with variable widths of minimum of 8 feet and a maximum of 11 feet of asphalt side pad separated from traffic, also by 6-foot wide street buffers. Next slide, please. As condition, the applicant is to provide mountable truck aprons at the following intersections to achieve a curb radius minimum of 11 feet as required by section 4932F of the Montgomery County Code and the Completeness Design Guideline. At the locations shown on the exhibit on screen, at the intersections of Private Street A with Private Street B and Private Street A with Private Street C. The purpose of the mountable truck apron is to allow trucks and emergency vehicles like fire and rescue to access and navigate entry and egress to the private streets. Planning staff did not require mountable truck aprons at other access points where it could have been more difficult to achieve, like for example, the existing and proposed access points intersecting with Standish Plains. And in this sense, planning staff was flexible and coordinated internally to reasonably meet the requirements. Therefore, planning staff is only asking for mountable truck aprons at these two intersections to allow for safer circulation in the area internally. Next slide, please. As condition, on the east side of Standish Place, the applicant is required to install a high visibility continental crosswalk at the exact same location where a high visibility crosswalk is currently in place. And you can see that on the exhibit on screen. The applicant will also be responsible for providing an ADA compliant curb ramp on the subject property, aligned with the existing receiving ramp to the opposite side of the side, which will remain as part of this application. Next slide, please. And this is a brief explanation of what I'm trying of the later slide. So as you can see on screen, there is an existing crosswalk with receiving ramps on both ends that allows safe pedestrian access between the two properties. If the applicant removes the crosswalk and the receiving ramp on the other side, they will be leaving a receiving ramp on the other side of the property without safe pedestrian crossing and create a hazard and imminent danger for pedestrians crossing to the other side, as they will see a curb ramp, especially people with diverse functionalities with wheelchairs that will feel encouraged to cross to the other side to get to the existing curb ramp on the other side. Next slide, please. We do want to mention that there were other locations where planning staff allowed the removal of existing pedestrian crosswalk because to our knowledge, there are no receiving ramps on either side, and therefore no unsafe conditions were being created. Planning staff coordinated closely with the applicant and softened the requirements, understanding the hardships. And because the applicant explained that they couldn't build or remove anything on the other side of the property, which is privately owned by a different entity. Next slide, please. And finally, the subject property is located in the Wood Policy area. The applicant is exempt from providing a full-scale transfer station impact study because they were eligible to take a trip credit for the previous use. The previous use was general office space, and the proposed use is housing, and after performing the trip generation, the applicant demonstrated that the proposed development will result in a net decrease during both the AM and the PM peak hours, and therefore was exempt from providing a full-scale transportation impact study addressing local area transportation requirements. And then I'll turn it over to Josh.
Thank you. And next up, we have Hallie Johnson from our Environmental and Climate Division, who will be walking you through noise and forest conservation.
Thank you. For the record, Hallie Johnson, Environmental Regulatory Reviewer with the Environment and Climate Division. The site is impacted by transportation noise primarily from Crabs Branch Way. To meet requirements, all units must have an interior noise level of no more than 45 decibels, and any noise impacted units will have to be attenuated. Any changes to the site or preliminary plan that would change the validity of the April 6, 2025 noise analysis will require a new noise analysis. Slide. Forest Conservation Plan number F2025-0010. The preliminary Forest Conservation Plan number F2025-0010 was submitted with the previously approved LMA. and approved then. Final Forest Conservation Plan number F 2025-0010 is consistent with the preliminary forest conservation plan. Forest conservation requirements of planting 1.98 acres will be met by planting within an MNC PPC approved forest bank within the Middle Rock Creek watershed or by paying fee in lieu. The final forest conservation plan includes the 48 inches of variance mitigation plantings as required by the preliminary forest conservation plan. Slide. The variance was approved with a variance was approved with the preliminary forest conservation plan, which removes 6 trees totaling 189 inches of diameter breast height. This results in a mitigation of 48 inches with a minimum installation of 16 3-inch caliper trees. And I think I hand it back to Josh at this point.
Thank you. That brings us back to kind of the summary slide here. We do find that it conforms with the preliminary plan findings, the Shady Grove Master Plan, the binding elements of the floating zone plan. It meets all the site plan findings. It satisfies Chapter 22A Forest Conservation and Chapter 19 Stormwater Management. The conclusion, staff is recommending approval of the preliminary plan, site plan, and final forest conservation plan with conditions. Staff is here for any questions, and the applicant is here when you guys are ready.
Thank you so much for your detailed presentation. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Patrick O'Neill with the law firm of Lurch, Early & Brewer. Happy to have a chance to work with the applicant in this case and staff to put together this project, which we find pretty exciting, and I don't think I've ever seen a more comprehensive presentation by staff before the planning board, so well done on that. With me is Giovanni Esposito with Tri-Point Homes, who's the applicant, and the entity that is going to move forward with the plan as approved. I believe Sachin Kalbag, who's the land planner with VICA, is on the line in the event there are any questions associated with his area of expertise. Michael Goodman, also with VICA, is a civil engineer for the project, and Bill Robinson, a professional engineer, is behind us in the audience with VICA as well and available in the event that issues arrive in his purview. Overall, as I indicated, the presentation was comprehensive, and staff hit on a number of items that we had worked through with them to be able to get to this point. One clarification, then one point of requested review by the planning board involves the mountable truck aprons. Just to bring to your attention that Justine had given a description of what is being proposed to create, and the condition is going to modify that slightly to give a design analysis and determine whether indeed the mountable truck aprons are feasible. So that's the only little modification to the presentation that you heard. The area of further review that we think is relevant for the board's consideration, and I don't know, do you have an ability to plug into the system?
I'm not quite sure. Can we send that to, is there an email to send it to?
Is there a way for us to plug into the system? We did not send it ahead of time. All right. So we're going to have to rely on your slides, Josh, if you can work with us on that. The issue is the pedestrian crossing on Standish Place, and staff presented accurately that it is an existing pedestrian crossing that is in place, and staff would like to remain in place. The issue from the applicant's perspective is that it really is just a crosswalk to nowhere. If you zoom out and take a look at the entire region in which this proposed residential community will be located, it is surrounded on the south, east, and west by industrial uses, often office parks, and this pedestrian crossing crosses over to an office park and does not connect.
1 second, can staff get Google, can you do Google?
So I'll pause there. There it is. Okay. That gives a little bit of a context of what we're talking about. And the pedestrian crossing is in the area of the R of the property, I believe.
Could you show it with the cursor, please?
Under the
Point to
P.
it.
Yeah,
I believe it's right above the SH.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can see it. It's very faint, but
So if you have, hopefully you have your bearings. That, that connects to a receiving ramp on the other side, also an accurate description, but there is no sidewalk connectivity system that it connects to. It really is just to, there's maybe a 50-foot stretch of sidewalk that ends at another parking lot, and that's really all that's currently there. The applicant doesn't control the other side of the street, and our position is that putting in or requiring the maintenance of this crosswalk to nowhere really precludes the ability of future development to come in and redevelop on the other side and create a more meaningful connectivity system that would connect probably to streets B and C of the proposed development. In addition to that, the crosswalk, if it were to remain, precludes the applicant from building, and if you can get to that slide, where the yeah, that one there, yeah. It precludes the ability of the applicant to construct 5 street parking spaces because of the way that the requirements of site distance required for crosswalks and for the parking spaces that are already there. It's like dead smack in the middle of a row of parking spaces. So that would then preclude the ability to implement those 5 spaces. We're already pretty low. This is a high-density residential development. All parking is accounted for the owners, but for 200 units, there are only 49 visitor spaces that are accommodated on the site. And the loss of 5 represents a loss of 10% of the parking that would be available to visitors. That was an issue that when we had public outreach was of concern to the neighborhood. Some staff during the process was concerned about the number of parking being afforded to the visitor parking in this site, and we want to preserve as much as possible. So step one, or for observation number 1, is that this is a crosswalk that just is to be maintained for no reason other than to maintain a crosswalk across Standish Place. The real crosswalk that should be established at a future date when development develops around it. We don't want to encourage crossings from the south into the site because in the crosswalks on Crabs Branch and Standish at 2 locations is the right routing of pedestrians around the site, and this crosswalk causes confusion and is unnecessary. So that's our request, is to remove the condition affiliated with that crosswalk, and it's 13A. We would request that the planning board remove that condition so that we do not have to maintain that crosswalk. Anything to add to that, Gio?
Yeah, Patrick, if I may, thank you, board and commissioners, for hearing this issue. Josh, if you'd enter your team and go back maybe one more slide. Transportation staff does bring up a good point in that this would leave a receiving ramp off our property. However, that receiving ramp would still serve a purpose for pedestrians to cross the office park's entry and exit point safely. It doesn't need to cross Standish. It still can be maintained so that pedestrians are able to traverse east to west on this image here across an entry and exit point into the office park that's just south of our property.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you're trying to say. Could you repeat that?
If you go to the Google image now, Josh, there's an office entry and exit point just in that red circle. You could see the vehicular entry and exit point.
With the cursor.
Yeah, it would be in east-west.
Josh got it right
Yeah.
there. So there's just to the left, there's a vehicular entry and exit point, and then that sidewalk that crosses. So that crosswalk ramp, the receiving ramp that is off our property, would still serve a purpose. I think Justine mentioned a concern that this would be a crosswalk that would be left in place. A receiving ramp on our property is not necessary for it to still serve a purpose, is my last point.
Is that, so one question on this, is that ADA compliant to have a crosswalk without a curb ramp? So if there is an existing crosswalk, right, is it proposed to remove the crosswalk entirely? This is something I'm not aware of. I'm just kind of curious if it meets ADA compliance.
So for the record, Richard Brockmeyer, Transportation Planning Supervisor for the Transportation Planning Division. There is an existing ramp on the south. There's receiving ramps on both sides. We're asking them to put an ADA compliant ramp on the property that they control. The one to the south is probably not fully ADA compliant, but it is a ramp. And we're not requiring them to do anything on that side. So
Yeah.
It is an existing crosswalk that would be improved with the ramp on their side of the property.
Yeah, I guess what I'm wondering is so one option is so there isn't a ramp on the north side on the property currently.
Correct, currently, yes.
And it's currently not up to ADA standards. So I guess what I'm wondering, it's one thing just not to touch it, but if you do touch it and you remove it, is that a compliance issue as well from an ADA standpoint? Because the crosswalk will remain the painted crosswalk will remain, correct?
We would propose removing the crosswalk altogether to avoid any confusion and to direct pedestrians to the Standish, the intersections of Standish and Crabs Branch on both east and the northwest.
Okay. Okay, from our standpoint though, even if it's removed and there's a receiving ramp on the other end, is that still technically a crossing, even if it's not striped? I'm just trying to sort of suss out like where the compliance issue may start and end with this proposal.
I'll just say the concern from staff side is that it's an existing pedestrian crossing. It may not be fully ADA compliant, but by removing it, there is still going to be the ramp. Now, while it does serve the function of the east-west crossing as well, it is also serving both the north-south and the east-west crossing. So the concern is that we'd be removing something that is existing today and not replacing it.
Okay, thanks.
Is it used today?
I don't have any data on the usage.
Okay.
I don't know either. We haven't certainly done any counts, but the office park is sparse. If it's not totally vacant, it's pretty vacant at this time.
Okay, great. We'll talk through that. Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it. And again, appreciate your time and attention to this important project, and look forward to your discussion.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So let me just start. I really feel that working with staff and you guys have put together a great site plan. You know, I love the Central Park. I love the view corridors, you know, and it looks like there will be a fair amount of green throughout the project. You know, housing is needed. We have a housing shortage, and it seems like you've done it in a way not just to throw it on the plan, but to make it look beautiful in a place where people, you know, it seems like easy to get around, whether you're not an automobile or you're biking or walking. So I really like that, and it looks much better than when it came in for the local map amendment. So thank you guys for working together, come out with a great project that way. In terms of well, I have a question. The side path along Crabs Branch, you said it's going to be asphalt? Is that the walking? Is that the, just out of curiosity, is there a reason why the side?
Yes, the side path would be asphalt. That's the standard side path material. It would serve both pedestrians and bicyclists.
Okay, okay, great. And out of curiosity, what's in, are things undergrounded on Crafts Branch, or they'll stay above ground poles, utility? What are the plan for that? Utility poles I haven't heard mention what's going to happen there, one way or the other, yeah.
Yeah, Mike Goodman with VICA for the record. There's not utility poles. The mention of the constraints with the path is actually some existing transformers and switchgear that aren't serving this property. They're serving kind of like the region, so it's not like something that we can eliminate altogether because we're redeveloping. So we've worked with staff to come up with an alignment that we all feel comfortable with to be able to avoid the impact of those. So it's not overhead poles with wires. It's just the boxes that you're used to seeing, like transformers.
On poles or just
Not
on the
on
ground?
poles, just
Okay,
on the
great.
ground.
Yeah, there are no poles. There's no above-ground utility lines on Crabs Branch.
Okay, great. Yeah, I wasn't making a recommendation either way. I just wanted to have a feel for what is on there. And then I like to hear from my board members about the crosswalk. Typically, the goal is to have crosswalks at a reasonable, I don't know what our typical standard, but where on this project, if it wasn't where it currently is, where is there another? I mean, how far is I'm just trying to see how far, there's no crosswalks on the whole, all of Standish? They're not from one side to the other?
So there are, I believe, 3 existing marked crosswalks, but 2 of those do not have curb ramps.
Okay.
So this is the only one that has curb ramps currently.
I see. And what?
Just to add that, from our perspective, the connections that want to take place in the future are the ones where our streets interact.
Yep. Yes.
With Standish.
Yeah.
There's 2 of those.
Right. And ideally, where are the other? Just out of curiosity, where are the other current crosswalks?
I believe there was a slide that showed those. Well, it doesn't have a zoomed out version, but I believe there's one just to the east of where we're discussing, by the current access point to the site, and roughly where their future access point will be. So kind of where the E in Standish Place on the bottom of this row. No, never mind.
Sorry.
You can kind of see it there, kind of diagonally crossing, right? Yeah, there it is. So there's one there that's being removed. Again, it does not have ramps on either end. And then there's another one on the north side of the site. And I need to look exactly where.
Across perhaps.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Justine for the record. The other one is to the northwest part, almost right at the intersection of Crabs Branch Way and Standish Place.
Okay.
And that didn't have receiving ramps, so it was not required to be restriped. The applicant will be removing that one entirely.
Okay. My question is, this is a question, given the one that's to the right or east of Standish, maybe it's near the P or the L now? Is that what you're saying? Or where would, yeah. So there's one just near where the.
Right around there, yeah.
Yeah. And that's how far from where the current one is? Do you know? I mean, from the other, the
How
one that.
spaced are the 2 existing? Just so I understand.
I'm asking Josh Penn here to pull up Google Maps, so this will be a little bit clearer, but there is the one that was just referred to where their drive aisle will connect with the property to the south. There is a connection there. There's a crossing on Standish Place. It's hard to see, but there's actually a sidewalk that runs along Standish Place, almost to the intersection of Crabs Branch before looping back into the site. That exists today, that particular crossing is connected with.
Yeah.
There, if you can zoom in right there, yeah, and go to Street View, then it'll be, we'll take my words and put them into a picture for you. Yep.
Okay, so would it be, in order to not lose the 5 spaces, I mean, is there any way to, like, try to make that
There you go.
it's not very far from the other, it doesn't
The
look.
issue with trying to do the crossing there is there's not curb ramps on either side, so they could put in a curb ramp on their side, but there would be no receiving ramp on the opposite side because it's controlled by a separate private entity.
Okay, but if they allowed it, could you put it? I'm just saying, I mean, you need some mid-block connections. So I'm just, or do you have to have
Commissioner, but one thing we had talked about internally is perhaps having on our record plat an indication of requirement that should future development happen, that we would have to provide access on our side of the road to avoid this problem for future development at both streets B and C, where the logical connectivity points would be. And so when development were to occur and when a viable connectivity system were to emerge, we would commit to providing access to a developer that wanted to tie in.
I mean, to me, that seems somewhat reasonable, but if you feel, I mean, what does the current law say if you have a handicap ramp, you have to keep it? I don't know what the current law says. Given if those, how far apart are those two? And it's like 200 feet, 100 feet? I don't know what it is.
We ballparked it as about 120 feet between the two.
And to be clear, we aren't completely sure that that is an ADA compliant handicap receiving ramp off our property. We couldn't say whether or not that is a fully compliant ramp as it sits today.
Okay. I mean, I personally like your suggestion of having on the plat saying you will, when the property across the street redevelops, that you would proffer to put that in. I don't know how is there some money you would have to put up? I don't know, how do you know, if you're long and gone after that happens, you know, how do you put it in? Who pays for it? How do you have the money to pay for it? Yeah.
So the record plat would provide access to our property for a developer who's paying for the crosswalk connection to implement that at their cost.
Okay, those are my questions and comments, but do you have any other board members have questions or comments?
No, I like the project. It provides, I think, a good price, affordable for many levels of income in that area. I am very familiar. I used to live very close to that area, so it's a good area, close to everything. And I'm fine with your suggestion. When I was reviewing this, the first thing came to my mind, there is not enough parking. And then you mentioned it, so I do understand that 5 makes a difference. So, you know, we need to provide for visitor parking.
Questions, comments from the other board members?
I don't have any more comments on the crosswalk issue. I think I support the approach of maybe including it that you suggested, including in the plat and doing it down the line if and when there's redevelopment that attracts more pedestrian activity. All things being equal, I would, love to see it done now, but I understand kind of the issues that you're describing. I just wanted to note a few of the other things that I really appreciate about the project. Some of the design and livability elements that were highlighted I think are really, really nice. Obviously, the open space and park and the great connectivity and the pedestrian promenade, those are all tremendous features. It's also really nice that some of the townhomes are going to open, their front doors are going to open directly into that space, which is just a great feature for those units, a huge benefit for those future residents. That's going to be wonderful for the people who live there. I wish everyone could have that kind of experience. But even for the other residents elsewhere on the site, tremendous access to the internal circulation and some open space. I really like how on the rounded corners of the site, as you go around Standish, there's sort of those welcoming green open spaces for pedestrians to come in. That's a really nice touch as well. And also the components that were mentioned about kind of the internal light and how the townhomes are designed to bring in more light. I think those are all great. It doesn't sound like we sacrificed any density for those as well, or maybe minimal density for the combinations of these things. So it seems like a really good example of how we can kind of marry some of these principles, which is wonderful to see. I just wanted to note a couple of things to consider. One thing, I think, specifically for now, and then another point, I think, just for a broader point about for the future, so not, if you'll bear with me, not directly related to this project. The internal streets, not the alleys, but the other internal streets, it sounded like we were proposing an 11-foot wide lane width. I was wondering if there's any opportunity to make that more narrow. These are going to be quiet streets as they are. I don't see any reason that they have to be overly wide. I think 10.5, as we talked about it in an earlier session today, I think 10.5 is at a maximum, I think is plenty wide to accommodate the kind of traffic that's going to be coming in here, and also allow for kind of a better sense of enclosure for cars to just inherently slow them down a little bit as they navigate through the site. There's going to be plenty of pedestrians walking around this site, and so I think the more we can do to kind of design for slower speeds, I think that'll be helpful. And the other thing I wanted to note is, although I love having this park and great access to the park and the promenade kind of circulating on the edge of the park, I did want to just highlight again that we've had this conversation in other contexts. It's directly facing Crabs Branch Way. The noise analysis showed that the units kind of further into the site are being exposed to higher levels of noise than we would otherwise kind of allow. And given what we're looking at on the screen, the placement just as an example of what looks like the playground area, the other gathering spaces, they will be very close to this road that carries something like 17 or 20,000 cars a day. It's a pretty intensively used road. And all the associated noise that they're going to be exposed to. I hope that in a perfect world, in a vacuum, I think that in the future there might be a different way to orient this kind of otherwise great amenity so that it's not sort of taking the brunt of the exposure from a pretty highly used road. But for the purposes of this project, I hope that maybe you can at least consider some design elements to blunt the noise coming in from Crabs Branch Way, whether that's elevation change or the landscaping, or obviously street trees will take care of some of it, but there will still be a lot of kind of exposure to not just noise, but also the air pollution, obviously. And with the playground there's going to be kids and families. It looks like you did a lot of hard work to make everything fit as it is, and I know that kind of reorienting things entirely, there are sacrifices that probably would have to be made. So I think I'm just speaking to a future consideration of, like, at the very beginning of a process, if we know that the property is abutting a high volume road, what can we do to design around that to prevent exposing people who, if we want this to be a great gathering place, it's not going to be as comfortable and as appealing if they're exposed to that kind of noise. I think that's just the fact. We want it to be well used. We want it to also be kind of environmentally sensitive too. So just wanted to flag that.
I just want to interject real quick. I just want to let you know that, first of all, Crabs Branch Way to the park, there's about a 5 to 8 foot drop from the roadway surface into the park. So it is cloistered downhill. And that's why we have these long intro walks coming into the park instead of having them come directly down into the park, is to keep that grade separation. If you want some more on the noise analysis, Hallie Johnson would be able to walk you through that also.
Hi, Hallie Johnson again. I was going to say exactly that. There is a good chunk of a drop, so that blocks a lot of the noise. So when it comes in, if you remember from the image with the impacted noise units, it's really just this kind of stripe along Crabs Branch, and the bulk of the park where the playgrounds and everything are not hitting that 65 level.
But the units further back are hitting above 65? Was that what the analysis showed?
No, the ones kind of along the edges.
Along the edges?
Do, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Yeah, that's one of the concerns, that when we have the houses fronting to the highway, that's one of my concern, not just for this project, for every other project. That's what we have been doing that. In regard to changing the lanes from 11 to 10 and a half, as long as we don't reduce the width of the whole opening. These are 10 rows of houses right after each other. It's going to give a tunnel effect. I think it is good that we have this side street as wide as, you may want to add it with a stripe to make it less, but if we make them narrow and push the houses closer to each other, it sort of has a tunnel effect. We don't want to have that. We want to have a beautiful community that people enjoy.
Okay, Commissioner, is Mr. Hedrick? Okay, Mr. Bartley, Commissioner Bartley. Okay, but there was one last thing that someone mentioned about these, question about the mountable aprons. I don't understand what was the comment you made that would change the staff's, that would potentially change the staff's recommendation? Was there?
So initially, the condition was more, they're going to put in the mountable truck aprons. We need some additional time to design. We think that there's a design solution that allows us to get an effective turn radius of 15 feet, but we need some additional time to sort of sort that out and figure out if that is feasible or not. I think the concern is we want to make sure that the mountable portion does not go into where the pedestrians are crossing, and so we just need to work that out. So we've pushed that to the certified set.
Okay, you're fine with it?
Yes, that's what we had worked out with staff today, and the condition as proposed by Josh and Jonathan covers that.
Yeah, coincidentally, I think you were hearing quite a bit about that in the item before us. We think there is a design solution that allows for that without compromising pedestrian safety. We need to work out the details prior to certified site plan.
Okay, great. So all of these conditions, these revised conditions, plus, we agree with those, plus the one about not having to keep the curb, the ramp, but adding that the applicant will provide for crossing, well, not provide for, but put on their certified plan the option to have it at a future point that lines up with the development across the street or something.
Yeah, we'll revise that condition to say that this project must allow for a future pedestrian crossing on Standish Place when the property to the south redevelops. Final details to be determined at that time. So it would simply allow for the connection to take place. And then obviously when the property to the south redevelops, we would engage with that property owner and formalize that condition and that connection.
Okay, great. So do I have a motion to approve? Should we?
Just one clarification. Is this modifying 13A and B, or just one or the other of those conditions? Can you make sure we got it?
I believe it's just 13A, but if you give me a moment to
Because
confirm.
B talks about a crosswalk on the west leg of the southern intersection.
Yeah, we're
That
prepared
one's
to do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so just A. we're
Yes.
modifying. Thank you.
Okay, so are we good with all the conditions? Okay, so is there a motion to approve? Should we do the preliminary plan and site plan together, or all three? Okay, so do I have a motion to approve the preliminary plan, the site plan, and the forest conservation plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions? In addition, the condition on the. Okay. Okay, so but with the preliminary plan, and that's the one that would have the crosswalk?
The only preliminary plan red line is this one here, 16, and then
Okay.
Yeah, you would need a motion for the preliminary plan with the revised conditions as presented by staff.
Okay, okay. Do I have a motion for the approval of the preliminary plan with the revised conditions mentioned by staff?
I move for the approval of the preliminary plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it 4-0. And next, do I have a motion for the approval of the site plan with the conditions and additional conditions discussed today?
I move for the approval of the site plan with the condition as discussed today.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it 4-0. And do I have a motion for approval of the final forest conservation plan as approved with conditions by staff?
I move for the approval of the final forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it 4-0. Thank you so much.
And thank you.
Look forward to you moving forward with your project.
We do too. Thank you.
So we're just going to take a 1-minute break. We're running behind. Sorry about that. And we're going to start with our next item. Item 8, Water and Sewer Category Change Requests, Administrative Delegation 2026-1 Group, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the county executive. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 8, water and sewer category change requests, where staff is recommending that the board transmit comments to the county executive. And this morning, we have with Ariel Zelaya to present this item. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ariel Zelaya, environmental planner working with the Environment and Climate Division. Here I have Mark Zimbursky, Cristina Sorrento. We also have people from the EP in the front, Alan and Tim Williamson. Today, we're here to go over 3 cases. So one is located within the Cloverleaf area. The other one is located in the Own Lane area, and the third one it is located in the Potomac subregion area. So why we're here today is because the Maryland state law requires the local planning agency to revise and approve any changes to the water and sewer plan. So here's an example of a master plan sewer envelope. So basically, this plan map was created with the intention to identify places where we already have structure that could support water and sewer services. So the first case that we are going to study today is 15801 New Hampshire Avenue in Silver Spring. The applicant is requesting to change sewer from S5 to S3. The property is within the 1970 Cloverleaf Master Plan, and the zone is RE1. And as you can see on the map on the right, this is the property, and there is a sewer, low-pressure sewer line already in front of the property. The property, it is located with the Paint Branch SBA, and it's also located with a public service envelope. The applicant is proposing 11 single-family homes. RE1 requires 50 acres or more for clustering options, which can be weighted for small parcels to achieve environmental benefit of clustering. And you can see on the map where the property is located. The master plan recommends RE1 zone for much of the headwater of the Paint Branch, which is designed as a SPA. The council has previously concurred with the provision of service RE1 area in the Cloverleaf provide to maintain extensions where logical, economical, and environmental acceptable. This plan further recommends that the approval of the community sewer service to provide zone RE1 in the SPA should be coordinated with the approval of subdivision plans which address environmental concerns associated with the development in the headwaters, which further must demonstrate an environmental benefits resulting in the development supported by community sewer service rather than the supported by septic system. The master plan also encourages clustering of the development to provide open space, to protect natural resources, providing recreation, and contribute to the rural and residential atmosphere. A little bit of background, we have 4 cases in the past that the planning board approved, and they were handled administratively. They were located within the master plan and the SPA as well. The recommendation was no change of water and maintain S5 and advance to S3, conditioning of the planning board approval of a preliminary plan, which DEP and planning staff concurred as environmental benefits from public sewer over septic. The applicant needs to provide justification as part of the preliminary plan proposal, and all of these cases end up with a sewer cluster development. Therefore, the staff recommendation for this case is conditionally approve S3 based on the planning board approval of a preliminary plan that demonstrate an environmental advantage of development using public sewer as opposed to a septic system in keeping with the master plan. The second case that we are studying today is 14530 James Lane, Gaithersburg. The property is 2 acres, and they're asking to allow access to water service going from water 4 to water 1. The zone is R200, and the property is located with the 2002 Potomac Region Master Plan. As you can see on green in this right map, there is already a water main in front of the property. The water and sewer plan support the water service for a moderate to high-density residential development zones such as R200. Therefore, the staff recommend the approval of this request. And you can see where, right here, where the property is located within the master plan. The third and last case is 2505 Tall Timbers Road, Old Lane, where the applicant is requesting allow sewer for an existing single-family house. They're changing from S6 to S3. The zone of this property is R200, and it is located with a 2005 Old Lane Master Plan. As you can see here in the map on the right, there is a sewer and a manhole in front of the property. The analysis is basically the same as the previous one, and also the property is located within the planned service area. Therefore, the staff recommendation is approve S3 for one single family house. If there are any questions, we'll be happy to answer.
Thank you for your presentation. We have one person on Teams, Quentin Remain, to provide public testimony.
My name is Quentin Remain. I'm president of the Cloverly Civic Association. I've participated in the Cloverly Master Plan development in 1995 as an advisory committee member. I've participated in a number of these particular projects with the planning board. I've been involved with the widening the program to widen New Hampshire Avenue and other roads such as 28 and 198 connector. I've been instrumental in developing the Maydale Nature Center, helping develop and create the Maydale Nature Center as it exists today. And I was also involved in the Paint Branch SPA creation, which was the first SPA created in the county. And it was part of the Master Plan Advisory Committee activity. I'd like to give you a little background of the plan. The Master Plan recommends RE1 zoning for much of the headwaters of the Paint Branch, which is designated as a special protection area. The primary reason is to reduce impervious surfaces by controlling runoff and erosion in the headwaters of the Paint Branch, as well as especially preserving the streams and the habitat in the streams to the fish and other wildlife in the community. As a method to limit development, the RE1 zoning requires that the parcel be able to be developed in accordance with the septic system requirements, mainly that the parcel must perk before the major thing, among others, is that the parcel must be able to perk. Many properties in the Paint Branch do not perk, so they cannot be developed. In addition, the county and the state have purchased large amounts of property in the Paint Branch Special Protection Area that were developable, so that they could not be developed to help preserve the Paint Branch watershed. Homes in this area were created with wells and septic systems before the SPA was established to protect the watershed. During the 1970s and to the 1990s, the water table of those homes rose, and properties from Harding Lane to Snyder, the two side streets along New Hampshire Avenue, reported many failures of their septic systems and even some wells. To protect these homes, a sewer was installed in the area, but offered only sewer to those septic systems have failed. The sewer system is not available to undeveloped properties. Additionally, the applicant has provided no information regarding whether or not the property is perkable, and according to Alan Sukup, the amount of information that was provided is very limited. The property does not meet any requirements. Its construction is not entitled to the use of this sewer system. The second major point that I'd like to make is that the applicant does not claim that homes would provide environmental benefit over the 11 homes that would have septic systems. The staff's reason is not adequate. Today's BAT systems greatly improve septic systems, and they're considered to be superior for environmental protection. The applicant's plan would also create an acre of impervious surface, negatively impacting the paint branch protection area. I note that in April and to May, the board recently expressed concern about increasing imperviousness in this area. In the resolution of the water quality plan, MR 202-5010, for the Good Hope shared use pathway. This pathway is several blocks from the applicant's property. The resolution points out that the 6,619 square feet of impervious surface created by the project needed to be offset by 6,700 square feet of existing imperviousness within the upper paint branch SPA. However, the applicant's 11 homes would create over 40,000 square feet of impervious surface with no offsets. This is quite a disadvantage to the paint branch and would greatly harm the paint branch. The Cloverleaf Civic Association, in its last meeting, the Cloverleaf unanimous vote recommended that the board recommend that the council reject the applicant's request. The project would negatively impact the paint branch special protection area, and there seems to be very little. If he could even build 11 homes, there's very little information about the project that he intends to build.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Romine. I'd like to, so what I understand on the first one, that the second two are very, very cut and dry, and the first one is more of a, there was an exception. Could you explain the exception again on the first, on the New Hampshire piece one versus around the RE, typically on the RE1, whatever, yeah, but why, just reiterate again on the, why you thought that the exception was required in this one, for this one.
This is, oh, there we go. This is a master plan recommendation that we've dealt with over the years since 1997. The master plan was developed and approved. And I believe planning staff have come up with a number of precedents. I could find one right away that I remembered, but you know, the gray matter is not always working here. So I'm glad that they found 4 of them. The intent is to offer sewer where it provides an environmental advantage over septic. We're not the ones who are going to determine that. The applicant needs to make their case for it, and then we will decide. If they don't make their case, they don't get a final approval. This action provides a conditional approval that requires a follow-up. We would need to look at the plans that they submit. to you and make recommendations. If they do not demonstrate what we're looking for, we won't sign off on it.
Great.
It's up to you all to decide whether the plans can be approved. We're not trying to decide whether the site can be developed at this point.
Right.
We're just saying, if it is developed consistent with the master plan, then we can look at providing sewer.
Okay, great, yep, that's what I thought staff was also saying. So, okay, great. I'm in support of these three requests. Okay, yeah.
Can I just ask one more question from Mr. Sukop? So I understand the point. So does the applicant have to provide perk tests to show that they cannot do the sewer, and that's why they're connecting, because they're subdividing it to 11 homes, and they could say,
Doing perk tests certainly would give us better information about what can be done on the site. We have not necessarily required perk testing on all these cases. Usually the septic-based layout is conceptual. And then a sewer layout, which, for example, in this case, 40,000, 50,000 square foot lots, depending on the suitability. And then the alternative is to provide a cluster plan that dramatically reduces impervious area, substantially reduces, or substantially provides for more open space in the subdivision. Really would not want to see these lots lined up against the stream going through here. That's, an advantage that we can use with cluster. I understand that the site is small for a cluster subdivision, but it seems to me that we have waived that in the past.
so
They
my
could cluster down to 15,000 square foot lots.
yeah, my question is that does the applicant has to bring reasoning that why they cannot have septic before they get connected to the public for those 11 homes?
It's not so much that they can't have septic, it's that sewer provides an advantage.
Okay, so that's good enough.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Okay, so yep, for environmental reasons, it's best to water and sewer. Yeah, but for the reasons staff said. Okay, do I have any other questions or comments from board members? No. Okay. Do I have a motion to transmit the comments to the county executive on these three items?
I move to transmit the comments to county executive on these three items.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Let's just take a 1-minute break, and then we'll start with our last item of the day, the Miles Coppola preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan, where staff is recommending approval of all three with conditions. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the day, the Miles Coppola Preliminary Plan, Site Plan, and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval of all three with conditions. And this afternoon, we have, for the second time, we have Josh Penn leading the charge. Well, welcome, Mr. Penn.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Today we have Miles Coppola. We have a site plan number 820250120, a preliminary plan amendment 1/2022-001B, and a final forest conservation plan F 2025-0800. Overall, the staff is recommending approval with conditions of the site plan, the preliminary plan amendment, and the final forest conservation plan. I did want to call out that this is a little confusing at times because we have two different properties we're looking at for different approvals. The preliminary plan and the final forest conservation plan and the water quality plan are across the entire 98-acre property, and the site plan only covers 29.3 acres, which is called Phase 1 in your staff report, and it's just kind of the east side of the property, which goes across multiple zones. So I just want to, we're talking about site plan only, 29 acres, overall 98 acres. We do have some added conditions. Unfortunately, we left off the MCDOT condition. We do have MCDOT letter dated November 3rd, 2025, and we're adding that condition that they should comply with it. We're all good there. We're adding a condition, any changes to Phase 2, including roadway cross-sections, have not been reviewed and approved yet and will need to be approved with future site plan for Phase 2, just making it clear the distinction between Phase 1 and Phase 2, because you are seeing all of it and part of it at the same time. The roadways will be for Phase 1 are now, and the roadways for Phase 2 will be done at the next site plan. On page 13, condition 5, we have a revised forest conservation plan condition. You can see it here. Install the reforestation plantings, and we're deleting afforestation / the variance mitigation plantings. Then we're adding one more condition here. The applicant must provide variance mitigation plantings on the subject property as shown. The variance mitigation plantings must be 3-inch caliber size, totaling 158.058 caliber inches, not inches. Within the first planting season, stabilization of disturbed areas for Phase 1, or as directed by the staff. And then the second half is within the first planting season, stabilization of all disturbed areas for Phase 2. All the noticing and signage requirements have been met. They had a pre-submission meeting on May 8th, 2025, and staff has not received any correspondence today on this application. Just to give you a quick overview of the site, you can see the site here. This is the overall property. It is in Clarksburg. It's just straight across from the Montgomery County Correctional Facility. The historic district is here to the east. You can see that it's kind of here's 270, Stringtown Road, and 355. Once again, the subject property is both the red and the blue dashed lines. Those are 98 acres. For the site plan is just the east side, which is the 29.3 acres. It is in the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan, and it is zoned R90, R200, and CRT. It is also covered by the Clarksburg East Overlay Zone. The preliminary plan amendment. What we're really doing here with the preliminary plan amendment here is that enumerated in the staff report is there was a bit of a post-DRC, they had an ownership change of who was going to be developing the site. The original contract ran out or was revoked, not really sure what the deal is, but then they took this period of time of 3 years to find a new builder that's ready to come in and build, and they are here with us today to take over. They're ready to move forward, and actually they were very keen on keeping this on track so they could break ground as soon as possible. So we're asking for the APF and the validity period for the preliminary plan be extended by 3 years per phase, as enumerated in the staff report and the conditions. And we have pushed the final stream and wetland restoration plan to Phase 2 instead of having it done at the first site plan, because that way we'll have a better look at the entire site. And then we also, condition number 31, this is a new application with an extension request, so we ran a new schools test, and this application with the staff report does look at the most recent schools test, so you'll see that as you go through the report also. With this, there is a subdivision waiver request because we have to find the minimum necessary and consistent with the purpose of the general plan. The exact language we're waiving is Department of Permanent Services has to have issued building permits for at least 50% of the entire subdivision. Since this had a 3-year delay, nothing's been pulled. We have not done anything yet. Staff is in agreement that we should waive that language. Instead of 50%, we're just saying no permits have been issued. The subdivision waiver request is consistent with the objectives of the general plan and is the minimum necessary to provide relief for the requirements. The site plan, now you can see kind of close-up view. This is all in the CRT zone, although the site plan area covers more area but all the buildings are in the CRT zone for this. It is standard method, 83 total units, 73 market rate, 10 MPDUs, comprised of 37 townhomes and 46 2/2s. There will be new private streets and alleys, and there will also be a natural surface trail that will connect through this into phase 2 also. So it's a big connected area, which is good. We can take a look here in the Clarksburg East overlay zone. We do have an 80% open space requirement. They are meeting that across phases 1 and 2. So this is where we kind of see that conjunction between phase 1, which we're looking at today, and phase 2 and how they go together. You can see that they have the rural open space in dark green here, and the recreational amenities open space is in the light green in the center of the areas. And this goes across the entirety of the site. There will be pedestrian trails, bikeways, multi-age playground, and seating areas. Now for the environmental section, I hand you off to Doug Johnson from our Environmental and Climate Division.
Good afternoon. For the record, Doug Johnson, Environment and Climate Division. As Josh has spoken, this site is within the 10 Mile Creek Area Limit Amendment to the Clarksburg Master Plan. As such, it has certain environmental protections. It has a 200-foot buffer for intermittent and perennial streams, 50-foot buffers for wetlands. It also protects ephemeral streams with a 50-foot buffer, which is the only place in the county this occurs at. It protects interior forest. Also will require, as Josh has alluded to, a stream and wetlands restoration plan, which the board will see at phase 2. There's also an impervious limit of 15% and an open space, 80% open space requirement. Next slide. This is as Josh had said, the final forest conservation plan and the water quality plan, along with the impervious surface plan that's attached to the water quality plan, is for the entire site. In this slide, you can see this forest conservation, forest retained in gray, forest cleared in red, reforestation in green, and meadow planting in a sort of a dirty golden color. It also shows the streams in solid blue line and stream buffers in dashed line. Under the forest conservation worksheet, the net tract area is 100 acres, 100.34 acres, existing forest of 78 acres, little plus or minus, retained forest of 59.6, removed forest of 18.72, which results in on the worksheet of a reforestation requirement of 3.46. The applicant is actually planting 4.31 acres. This is due to some open area on the stream valley buffers, which under the law have to be reforested. Also, the stormwater management outfalls, you can see them. We can't plant stormwater management outfalls with forest and put a conservation easement over it because it's conflicting easements. So we don't put an easement over it, so we can't forest it. In this case, however, we are having the stream valley buffer outfalls planted with pollinator meadows as opposed to just tall fescues. And then in addition, the applicant has also offered to plant some steep slopes that as a result of grading. You can see in a little pocket, there's a triangular piece in the right center. And then to the south of the phase 2 development, there's a golden area that's a result of grading for the site. They weren't going to plant it in forest, so they offered to plant it in a pollinator meadow. Next slide, Josh. Along with the forest conservation plan is a tree variance request. The applicant is removing 23 specimen trees and impacting 6 specimen trees. All of the specimen trees being removed are more or less internal to the site. They are outside of any stream valley buffers. The applicant is providing mitigation that is consistent with the size and species mix and number. In this particular case, we normally spread these out across the site, but in this particular case, given this development and the compact nature of it, we are planting the mitigation trees in 4 separate cells, 1 for phase 1 and the other 3 cells for phase 2. Next slide. As Josh has said, this site is in the upper, 10 Mile Creek SPA shown in pink, and the 10 Mile Creek SPA is divided into Clarksburg East and Clarksburg West overlay zones. The yellow star shows the location of the Miles Coppola project. Under the Clarksburg East overlay zone, there is a 15% impervious cap. Under Chapter 19 of the Water Quality Plan Review, the Planning Board has 3 responsibilities. One is for forest conservation, which is being accomplished vis-a-vis the final forest conservation plan. The second responsibility is for environmental buffer protection, which is being accomplished through putting Cat 1 easements over the stream valley buffers. And then the third responsibility is for the impervious surface. And in this case, with an overlay zone, it's 15% cap. Next slide, Josh. This is the impervious surface plan for the property. The impervious cap, as stated, is 15%. The applicant has demonstrated that they're below that cap at 14.08% for the entire development. So they meet the SPA requirement, and in closing, staff recommends approval of the forest conservation plan with the variance and the water quality plan with the impervious surface plan.
Thank you, Doug.
I have a question here. You had, in one of the earlier slides, you said that they had to keep 80% forested area. I saw an 80%. What was that?
80% open space per the overlay zone.
Well, what I referenced was the 80% open space requirement that's also in the limited master plan amendment. And it's also required per the overlay zones.
So what is that 80% of what? The whole track area
tract
shall
area,
be kept
correct. You can
as
see it on this.
open space?
Right, 80% between the rural and the recreational open spaces. It has to be 80% of the total net tract area.
Should be open space, and reforestation is included in that?
Reforestation
No,
is a
the
separate issue.
the forest, and everything else is included in that open space?
In this case, yes, the reforestation is in those open space areas, but the 2 issues are separate and not linked. They have to have it open, not necessarily forest in the larger thing, but in this case, they are reforesting within those open space areas.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand what is open. It means that it has to be impervious?
It just means it's not to be built on.
To be built
It's not
on.
developable area.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
It would be impervious. I mean, I'm trying to imagine, especially this is coming out of the 10 Mile Creek SPA, correct? So that discussion was almost exclusively on imperviousness versus perviousness coverage to protect the watershed. And so I have a hard time imagining a scenario where we're going to allow imperviousness or anything related to development within that open space area.
Yeah, because we have 80% open space is impervious to the cap of 15%. It's very much should reach, don't you? It's like 20%. It takes care of a good portion of the impervious cap.
Yeah, there's there's
Okay.
imperviousness, which has a cap in the area that you are to develop outside of the area of open space. So I can't imagine someone would choose to have their imperviousness somehow in the open space, even if we were to allow it to begin with. They would want to reserve that for the area that they were actually going to develop.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doug, for your environmental section. Now we go over to Florence Dwyer for our transportation division.
Thanks. Yes, for the record, this is Florence Dwyer. So there will be 2 access points for this proposed development from Clarksburg Road. One creating an intersection with Gateway Center Drive. This was a condition in the original preliminary plan. There will also be an 11-foot side path and a 6-foot separated bike lane along Clarksburg Road. The side path is shown in blue and the bike lane is shown in the dashed green lines. This again was also a condition of the original preliminary plan approval. In addition, the local area transportation review study conducted in November of 2020 and updated in July of 2021 for the original preliminary plan remains valid as the number of units is not changing with this amendment.
Thank you, Florence. And now we're going to move on to Roberto Duke from our Design and Policy and Placemaking Division. Hopefully I got that right, for the site design.
Sure. For the record, Roberto Duke with the Design, Placemaking, and Policy Division. I had to look it up just to make sure I got the two right. If we can start, staff worked closely with the applicant during the review process, making small but meaningful adjustments to the site plan to improve the quality of life and livability for future residents. As Florence was saying, in terms of connectivity, there will be a second access point along Clarksburg Road at the intersection of Clarksburg Road and Gateway Center Drive to make it easier for residents to get in and out of the development and to have two access points. Additionally, there will be a walking trail, as Josh was saying, around the perimeter of the neighborhood that will link to Clarksburg Road and ultimately will link the two phases of the development together. In terms of the community spaces, there will be a central open space marked as number 2 that will serve as the primary gathering space for the neighbors. And the other area too, adjacent to Clarksburg Road, that will be a playground area that can serve for both residents and within the community and adjacent folks outside of the community. Number 4 shows that there will be visitor parking along both the private road internal to the development, but also in the alley area for guests coming to the development. Next slide. In support of Thrive 2050, there are 3 housing types within the community, and it allows for various price points and alternatives. The red shows the rear-loaded townhouses, which will face the green space and provide a nice feature as you're in the green space. The blue shows 2/2 units that creates a entry feature into the development along both the private drive and along Clarksburg Road. And finally, along the perimeter, there are, in the golden color, there are front-loaded units, and between the front-loaded units, there are views out to the surrounding rural landscape, so that as people walk along the perimeter of the property, they'll have views into the landscape available to them. Next slide. And staff and the applicant work together to ensure that the streetscapes of the community will feel cohesive and inviting. We focused on how not only the individual units, but how these units fit together harmoniously. Architectural detail, such as covered stoops, bay windows, and trim, materials like the cement siding and brick, and the complementary color palettes are used together across units to strengthen a sense of unity within the community. So you'll have a consistency in terms of base materials and upper materials, and it'll read as a consistent development within the community. And one thing I'd like to also point out and we worked extensively with the applicant too, was in the cases of the front-loaded units to make sure that where possible to pair doors so that creates a larger planting strip along the streets for shade trees, and so that enhances that neighborhood feel.
Thank you, Roberta. I appreciate that. Bringing it back, we do have the summary of the findings here. That does conform to the preliminary plan amendment findings, conforms with the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan and the 2014 10 Mile Creek Master Plan Amendment, meets all the site plan findings. It satisfies Chapter 22A Forest Conservation and Chapter 19 for the stormwater management as part of the Water Quality Plan. With that, staff is recommending approval of the preliminary plan amendment, the site plan, and the final forest conservation plan. That's it for staff's presentation. We're here for questions, and we do have the applicant here for any questions also.
Great one. Thank you for that detailed project overview. I really appreciate it. Why don't we bring the applicant up and see if they'd like to make a presentation.
Good afternoon. For the record, Bob Harris of Lurcher Brewer. We have a very, very brief presentation. The staff has done an excellent job presenting it, and we're very proud of what we have before you. We agree with the conditions, but Ines Vega, on behalf of the applicant, does have one thing she would like to say.
Good afternoon, Ines Vega with Vega Development. I am a consultant for Dreamfinders Homes, the applicant and contract purchaser for the property. I just want to say thank you and give recognition to staff's commitment and thoroughness. Every member of staff at Park and Planning and all the agencies we worked with, we laid out our goals for this project, which is bringing housing to Montgomery County quickly and a variety of it. And they maintained a very thorough process, but helped us maintain our eye on our goal of breaking ground next spring. So thank you very much, and again, a recognition to their commitment.
Due to the contractual provisions, they're under a tight timeline, and the staff fully appreciated that and worked with us even down to getting the resolution before you today. So we do want to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Well, great. I'm so excited. I'm not so happy you have this fire to make you close on it, but the fire of we need more housing in the county, and we like to move as fast as possible. That was one of my questions about timing. So thank you for putting a lot of energy, and I know a lot of costs into moving this forward. I like the site plan. I mean, just like I love the circulation. I love the trails that will lead to not only around the project, but to the second phase. And you have lots of central spaces, which is great for the residents that it will either rent or purchase. So I want to question, will the 2/2s, do you foresee them as rental or do you see them as for sale? And then also, could you explain, are they like back to back or are they stacked on, how will that work?
So the proposed product is a biplex product, so it's stacked, rear alley loaded 2-car garages for each unit. So that, again, adds to the variety of product and options for buyers. Also, in our work with staff and design, we are also including an option to convert one of the garage spaces to living space if a buyer so wishes. But they are stacked with front access for pedestrians for both units and rear alley garages for both units.
And they are for sale.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, yep, looking forward to, I'm very supportive of your project. I mean, to have 80% open space, I mean, the residents will have a lot of wooded area to get lost in and to view. So great project. Any questions or other comments from the other board members?
I appreciate the risk in developing this community, and it's going to be approved here today. But when I look at an opportunity with this size and plot of land, I'm always hopeful for single-family detached homes rather than townhomes. And these townhomes look very similar to other projects that we approved. I'm hopeful in the near future that we get developers who are ambitious to provide a product that is similar to the type of home I grew up in. That's all. Thanks.
Any other questions, comments?
And actually, I do have another comment. When I look at this and I look at the other projects that we've all approved, I hope that we're not a hindrance to the construction of single-family detached homes, or is it just an opportunity to get something done that is repeatable and lacks the risk of being denied? So I don't know if it's a hindrance, on planning's part, or is it just an opportunity to minimize the risk in developing single-family townhomes as opposed to single-family detached homes? So, thanks.
Well, you have to ask the developer, but I would think it's the availability of land, and the cost of land. And in an area like this, it's, it requires 80% open space, but we'll have to ask the.
One thing I might add to comfort Commissioner Bartley is this property is part of the Clarksburg Town Center, the area where the densest development in Clarksburg is planned. As you've seen before you, if you go farther west to the Cabin Branch project and to the Creekside side of Clarksburg, those are primarily single-family homes, and even north of here as well. So, we're trying to, split the difference there between providing the housing that people need and having an 80% open space requirement. But yet, there are plenty of single families that are being built in the community there.
And I think, just to build off of all of that, that the benefit of doing it in this manner, or a version of this manner, is that we can do it compactly, get more diversity and more units in general, and, be sensitive to the environmental areas as we see here. So we can still get a really high level of density that speaks to different needs that folks have. It was really interesting to hear, actually, that you said that depending upon their interest, they can convert the garage to potential living space. Those kinds of flexible options, in addition to the different product types, I think are exactly what the county in general needs at this moment for different price points and different needs. But in particular, the compactness, like in a more up-county rural area, compactness is increasingly important. If we were to do single-family detached, it would, by necessity, it would have to sprawl out more and more and more. It would take up more and more land. It would impact the environment in those ways, and ultimately, it would have higher impacts from a transportation standpoint and other areas as well. So I'm personally happy to see more of these product types. I think that we're obviously seeing more of them in general, given the market conditions. And given that, I really also appreciate staff's focus on the design and livability pieces of this. All the elements you mentioned, what the chair alluded to, the centrally located kind of open space, shared space for gathering, for recreation, or just kind of leisure, the additional playground space, the connectivity with trails and internal to the site, all of those are wonderful features. So thanks for including that, and thanks for staff for highlighting them. As long as we're going to be seeing more of these townhome projects, and we're going to be seeing a lot more of them, it's increasingly important that I think we focus on the livability and from a design standpoint pieces to make sure that we're not just getting the density we need, but also just increasing the quality of life, enhancing it for as many people as possible, particularly in these areas that have a lot to offer from an environmental standpoint, and close to the town center, as you mentioned. So no questions, just praise, I guess, today. But yeah, thanks for bringing it. Good luck moving it forward quickly.
Seeing no other comments or questions, should we have, how many motions do? Okay, so four motions. Do I have a motion to approve the preliminary plan with conditions as provided by staff?
I move to approve the preliminary plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it 4-0. Do I have a motion to approve the site plan with conditions?
I move.
Yeah, as revised. Right. Yeah, with the added revisions, conditions, rather.
I move for approval of the site plan as revised.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. Do we have a motion to approve the Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions? As modified today.
I move for the approval of Forest Conservation Plan.
Second.
So do I have a motion for adoption of the resolution where staff?
All,
that's,
we have to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm moving on right there. The ayes have it 4-0. Do I have a motion for the adoption of the resolutions as approved by staff with modifications? Because they're
Right,
have to be
and if you could just add then for us to make any technical changes necessary to comply with the prior approvals.
Yes, and to make any minor technical corrections to apply with the prior approvals.
I move with the adoption of resolutions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. So thank you so much. We appreciate everyone's hard work, and have a great day, and we'll see you next Thursday. Thank you. Thank you.